territory of Nunavut, Canada. This is the only province or territory in Canada that has no road access to it whatsoever. We're going to be on a floatplane flying into the Arctic Barren lands over some of the most remote areas in the world. And our pickup point is from the Arctic coast. So it is such a far flight that our floatplane pilot actually has to go and cache fuel so we can land partway to our put-in, refuel the floatplane, and then drop us off. The Hood River is an advanced level whitewater trip. There's substantial portaging, including one portage that is 11 kilometers long. It might take us as much as 3 days, and it skirts a massive waterfall, the world's largest circumpolar falls, which is the largest waterfall north of the Arctic Circle in the entire world. There's going to be tundra grizzlies. We're going to have polar bears, caribou, muskox, Arctic wolves. There's going to be giant lake trout, and it's just a spectacular river, and I'm super excited to be heading off on this trip with Ted. It should be just an absolutely wild ride and some very different country than anything you've seen in my videos yet. And before too long, you should see me and Ted getting dropped off in a float plane in the middle of the raw wilderness of the Arctic Barren lands. The Hood River got its name due to Franklin's first overland expedition, which included travel on this river, or more or less walking up the river and then crossing it and walking all the way back to Great Slave Lake, which is the lake Yellowknife's on. And a lot of them starved to death on that expedition, including Robert Hood, who was likely cannibalized, and that's what the river's named after, the Hood River. Oh my God, dude.
Oh my God, it's enormous.
If we dump here, there's pretty much nowhere else to get over, and we'd have to swim the whole canyon. And if our boat gets lost in here, then it's going to be very hard to retrieve if it gets hung up in an eddy or on a rock.
There it is. You see it?
It looks definitely like an old Inuit site of some sort. Look at this. Okay, well, here we are at Jack Pine Paddle in beautiful Yellowknife Northwest Territories. We got a gorgeous day, and this is the jumping off point for me and Ted's 3-week canoe expedition down the Hood River. And before we get going, we need to get dialed in. Ted and I are each going to be soloing, and in order to meet our very stringent float plane payload restrictions, Ted is going to take a folding canoe so it doesn't have to be strapped to the outside of the plane, and that means we get a lot more gas mileage. I'm taking a hard shell. We have to be really tight on gear on this one. Not counting our camera equipment, we need only 360 pounds of gear between the two of us, and we are just weighing stuff out, pulling stuff up, going over our gear again and again, and yeah, it's going to be a challenge to get dialed in. So definitely put Jack Pine Paddle on your radar if you're heading for a trip based out of Yellowknife or in the Northwest Territories. Ted, how you feeling about this?
Pretty good. You know, when I first got here, I was a little like, haven't had a lot of sleep, so it took some thinking, which I'm already like, you know, pretty handicapped in that department. So then with the lack of sleep and all this figuring and technical stuff and all these people watching me, you know, it's I think I flipped the deck about 48 times before I figured out a configuration I wanted. But you know, with the help of Jack Pine staff and the mods that Morgan from Northwater made me, I feel like I've got a pretty good system. So nice. It's gonna be good. I also talked to another guy that has paddled the Hood already, and just made me like twice as stoked about doing it. So pretty pumped.
I got a lot of running around to do. I have to head over to Overlander Sports and pick up my Novacraft 15-foot Prospector, buy some bear spray, pick up some fuel, and just do a little bit of running around. We're gonna go to the floatplane base, get everything dialed in, and hopefully first thing tomorrow morning at 5 a.m., we're gonna be on a floatplane flying into the Arctic Barren lands on a very, very long floatplane shuttle over some of the most remote areas in the world. Okay, so here we are at Amek Air in Yellowknife, and now it's the final bit of crunch time. We have to come in so light. We can only bring 360 pounds of gear on this trip, and there's no trees, so there's no fires, there's no opportunity to cook over fire. You have to bring more fuel. We do have a stick stove, but on the Barren, sometimes there's sticks and sometimes there isn't. Good idea to have some fuel with you, that's for sure. It's a mandatory thing for the most part. We're gonna take all of this over to the scales here at the floatplane base and meticulously weigh everything. And at that point, when we come up with our final weight, which is hopefully dead on 460 pounds or less, because we're packing 100 pounds of camera equipment out here, he's going to tell us, listen, you got to throw some stuff. And at that point, we're really going to have to make some hard decisions. We've already dumped a lot of our food, left it back at home. We're going to be having to get about 3,000 calories a day off the land through fishing mostly and foraging and whatnot. But now is truly crunch time with the weigh-in. So fingers crossed. All right. What's our total weight? 440 kilograms.
Absolutely everything.
We all got on the scale. We loaded everything up. We're just waiting to hear back from the dispatch, the owner, to tell us if we made it, if we made our weight. But I think we did because we paid them a lot of money to drop fuel caches off at the end of the day. So I think that everything has worked out, and all our anxiety about the amount of gear we have and being overweight, having to dump food and stuff, has been avoided, which is amazing. We're still going really low on calories on this trip. We're gonna have to be living off the land to a large extent, but we think the fishing's gonna be good out there. And yeah, we're super excited. So man, what a whirlwind. Tomorrow morning, we're gonna make it here at the, I would say crack of dawn, but it never really gets dark here. So tomorrow morning, first thing in the morning, we'll be here probably 6 a.m. and we will fly out. So we're super excited, and we're super happy that we made our way in. Yes, Ted. High five. Well, our plane just showed up and we got everything dialed in last night, and we are just about to fly out of Yellowknife Northwest Territories here into the Arctic Barren lands. It's about a 4-hour flight. We have to stop at some fuel that was cached on the way, refuel, and we're just about to jump on this plane for what should be a beautiful but long flight. So feel a little nervous, but we feel really confident that we got everything dialed in yesterday. We are taxiing out right now. In a few minutes, we should be in the air. Well, we have landed and we are looking for our fuel cache. Jeff, our pilot, spotted it from the air. So we're just basically taxiing along this lake that is shallow in section. So we're taking it slow just to be safe. And we're gonna have to hop out, probably wade through some icy water there to grab the jerry cans and you know, pull up on the beach a bit and put them in. And then we take off and finish the next leg of our journey. We still have about another hour and a half after this, and we've been, you know, 2.5 hours up to this point. So it's a very long flight. So we are at a remote lake on the Barrens, and it's called White Wolf Lake. There's actually an old cabin here from a hunter that burnt down. So there's some boats here, so they cached the fuel here. How many do you want in there, Jeff? Well, we did it. We're gassed up. Last leg of the journey coming up. We're gonna taxi back to the lake, take off into the wind. Find a proper place to pull up here. Maybe not possible on this lake, so we're essentially loading the canoe from the floatplane pontoon, and Ted's gonna jump in and paddle it to shore, and we're gonna have to do a couple trips, but we're starting to drift away, so never a dull moment. This can go. All right, this one's pretty heavy. That's stuck on something. Yeah, it's like 60 pounds, I think. That one is heavy too. Everything fucking heavy, basically. Here's the seat to the folding canoe, but careful because the brackets can fall out of it. So what are your thoughts on the weather? How do you think it's gonna? Is this gonna hold up for a bit?
Yeah, we have this high here, stationary high here, so
yeah,
it should be good.
Okay.
Good for a while, anyway.
I trust a bush pilot any day before the news. For a weatherman, any day, man. We will.
Yeah, appreciate it,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Thanks
Take
a lot.
care.
Yeah, very
good
good.
meeting you.
Yeah, I'll have to look at your YouTube thing.
Yeah, check it out. Paddling bow is fun.
I have space in my canoe too, because it's a 16.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I say we just camp here, bud. What do you say?
Maybe, but this island is to put my canoe together.
Yeah. Well, we have just been deposited on this lonely island at the extreme headwater of the Hood River. Well, we're gonna camp on this cool island, pretty awesome, and ton of stuff to do to get dialed in. We hauled all our stuff up here to camp where there's a nice flat area, good spot to get this folding canoe put together and to pitch a tent.
These little plastic clips flying up to the holes. Okay, let it come forward. Okay.
God, it's so light. Just to give you an idea, it's probably 10 o'clock at night right now, or later. Sun's still pretty high in the sky, and we just kind of want to crash because we're exhausted. But what a beautiful spot, like so cool. The wind picked up a bit, it's keeping the bugs down, but they get vicious out here. Anyways, Today, dinner is going to be chicken curry with rice. Look at that. Vacuum sealed, put away. So I made this, dehydrated and vacuum sealed it. We had to come in so light for this trip. I did like a crazy mission of dehydrating food back at home. Nailed it. Well, it is the morning of day 2, really our first full day out here, and me and Ted slept hard. We need to sleep hard. Got to work hard, sleep hard out here, and we didn't get out of the tent until like 9. It's kind of like sleeping with a searchlight in your face here in the Arctic. So I just basically draped like a shirt over my eyes. But oh man, it felt good to have a good night's sleep after all the prep and early flights and all that kind of stuff, and you know, not getting much sleep before the trip. Looks like we have a nice day. We're going to be starting off paddling into a headwind, and we have probably about 30 kilometers here of headwater lakes on the Hood River to get through before we get right into the river and into the rapids. So we're probably not going to get to the rapids today. We'll see. We're going to try to bang off 15-20 clicks and hopefully get into some lake trout, because, you know, after eating the dinners that I allotted for myself, I basically packed like side dinners, which I'm eating on top of lake trout or whatever fish we catch. This is my little, since we were flying, we had to go really light, and we were flying out of Yellowknife, so you can buy isobutane canisters in Yellowknife. So because of that, I went lighter, and I got this little Primus, I think it's called a Primus traditional stove, just because of the style of it. Easy to put a pot on top of it, and the burner is really wide, where some of the other ones, like a jet boil, the burner is very small, so this will make it easier to cook fish without like having it raw on the outside and burnt in the middle. This is pemmican that I made. This is really mushy. I don't know why. Some I made with beef tallow that I rendered, and maybe the heat is making it soft. The other stuff I have is like in solid bars. Pemmican is made equal parts dried pulverized meat, such as like game meat, traditionally bison. I've made it with bison, moose, deer venison, and dried pulverized berries, and rendered animal fat, in this case beef fat or lard, which is pig fat. Got a ton of calories, and it's a whole food, good amount of protein, and the berries provide some vitamins as well and add flavor. Well, here's the scene you've all been waiting for. Jim Baird eats porridge in the Arctic wilderness. You've seen me eat porridge in all kinds of settings, but not once yet in the barren lands of the Arctic. This is going to be a 10-minute scene.
Opening scene was like a never-ending monologue.
Just kidding. Pemmican, oatmeal, and my personal favorite, a breadless bacon sandwich.
Not the worst place to have your coffee fresh.
that way. Cranberries are sour, but when they freeze on the plants over winter, they're delicious. Tastes kind of like Thanksgiving cranberry sauce. This isn't even nearly as bad as they can get here, but I'm gonna put on some of this muskol. This is 30% DEET lotion. And you gotta protect yourself from the bugs while you're out here, man. And this stuff, I find it's just about the best, especially when you don't want to be carrying as much weight. It just, it's easier to ration this than the sprays, I find. How are you feeling about this canoe, Ted?
I feel like it's all right. I'm not too sure about rapids. I'll have to be like particularly cautious. I think maybe float it, weight it, line portage around things that are going to be shallower, where I have more risk of crashing into rocks because I'll just puncture it, right? But any big water and stuff, I feel great about it, really.
Just using a big Williams whitefish here, casting from shore, just lost a tank. This looks like a good eater. There we go, first fish of the trip, baby. That was awesome.
Yeah!
Yeah!
Amazing!
Looks like we don't have to worry about starving out here maybe after all, Ted? Using my cold steel SRKC. Brought a bit of a smaller sized knife on this trip because there's no wood out here to cut. Look at that nice orange meat. The orange means that they've been eating mostly small crustaceans, like kind of basically like tiny little shrimp. I filleted it and then cut off remaining meat chunks and cut out the cheeks. If you fillet fish, you lose a lot of meat, but if you really go in and try to, after you fillet it and take like what other chunks you can cut out, you can get a good little bit more out of it, which I did. Anyways, that's it. We ended up taking about an hour longer than we wanted, probably more now. I can't, but we got dinner. Time to push off and get going. We are on the water, baby. Ted was deep into a bungle at camp, so while I was waiting for him, I took a few casts, and wow, did I ever have action. Lost the first two. The second one I had on was gargantuan, was just running out my spool in an enormous way. I haven't fought a fish like that for a while. And then the third one was the baby, but that's the one I landed, so maybe I'm just not good enough to land the big ones. Well, doesn't get much more beautiful and perfect than this. The wind's even died down some. We had a headwind. Only problem is the bugs are keeping up to me. Ted's still like 100 miles back. Well, we are just cruising through extreme headwaters of the Hood River, and we're in the remote territory of Nunavut, Canada. And this is the only province or territory in Canada that has no road access to it whatsoever. And personally, my personal opinion is I'd like to keep it that way. Look at this map flip book that Ted made. Topographic maps for a whole route, bunch of notes. This is Lake Tafakalik, and we're at 414 feet of elevation above sea level. So by the time we make it to the ocean, we'll have gone down 414 feet and about 3 meters. Oh, I saw the net. Yeah, that's a great eater size. Well, I made fast work out of that nice eating size lake trout, and I think this means that Ted and I are good for today for fish, eh Ted?
I think so.
Remember, we need to be eating quite a bit of fish though. Anyways, time to move on. Got another one on here. Not nearly as big as the Leviathan I had on this morning that was running out my spool, but holy f***, dude! What in the f*** is this thing? Holy sh**. What the f***? Seeing this? I don't even know how I'm gonna land this. Wow.
Whoa!
There she is. Woo, bye-bye. Yeah. That was awesome. Oh my God. I gotta put my rod away. We're not gonna get anywhere today. I just hooked into another one.
I'm jealous. I want to catch a fish too.
Just a baby.
Silver, I got.
Well, we're just jumping off on a big open water crossing. About 1.6 clicks. So nothing bad, but we're in the Arctic. Conditions are good though. There's no white caps, slight quartering headwind, and not a cloud in the sky. So the low pressure is keeping up. I see some clouds starting moving in, but yeah, I can't ask for better weather really. Maybe tailwind, but you're paddling on these big Arctic lakes. Sometimes you can get windbound for days and you can't go anywhere if you get weathered in. So I think we're pretty lucky to be starting off with pretty good conditions. Some people say in the Arctic, when it comes to paddling, you cast your schedule to the wind, aka when the winds are down, you paddle. And sometimes, you know, you deal with just heavy winds and you just really can't go anywhere. Ted hooked into a giant fish. He's thinking solid 20-pound lake trout. When he went to net it, one of the prongs of the hook got tangled in the net. And then when he was trying to basically pull the net free, he just pulled the hook out of the fish's mouth and it got away at the last second. So he's pretty devastated. You know, we don't have a ton of time on the lakes, and I think that the bigger trout, we might get into more numbers on the river, but I think the bigger ones are gonna be in this lake. I lost a giant one too earlier this morning. So anyways, the important thing is that we have enough fish to eat and all that. So
the fish kept pulling this way and my rod was on this way, so I tried to direct it in, but I basically just knocked the hook, like I got the hook snagged in the net as the head was coming in. And once the hook got snagged in the net, it was kind of game over.
Getting late in the day though, we were hoping we'd be further along today, but Ted got into some category 5 bungling with, you know, 100 things. Anyways, yeah, I'm having a blast out here. My heart goes out to Ted. I chirped him for losing the fish because I've been in the same situation before, but you got to leave a little more line out and pull that fish and net it. I ended up leaving my net at home because we thought, well, we just have one, and you know, we made a game time decision because we the float plane weight issues, and then it turned out I probably could have brought it, so I ended up going to Canadian Tire and buying a net, but I couldn't get a huge folding one like mine, so mine barely fit in that 12-pounder. So we might be outgunned here with some of these tanks. But you know, we could land them from shore, or two of us could land them. But anyways, we're not really out here trying to, obviously if we land a giant lake trout, we're going to be happy as a pig in shit. But the name of the game here isn't necessarily just letting the biggest fish. And even those big ones we would let go. Unless we really needed the food, we would let those ones go. Keep a smaller one that's tastier and leave those big jeans back in the water. I definitely believe in letting the big ones go. So yeah, I'm basically just having the time of my life out here. Of course, there's going to be some type 2 fun with the 11K portage coming and fear of the raging whitewater rapids on their way. This river has some very serious rapids. And you know, I'm sure, knock on wood, that we're going to hit some scary weather. At maybe, you know, you never know, but you can get some serious ripping winds and storms in the Arctic here in the summer as well. So but right now we're gonna take the good while we can get it, and it's an awesome way to start the trip. Oh no, amigo, this is really snagged in a weird... Huh?
Should we swim for it?
Maybe, because this is snagged in a really weird spot, man. Knew we shouldn't have trolled on this side of the rock. I was going pretty fast though. Look at me, this is a disaster, dude. Oh! So I just lost a lure. So I'm 2 lures down, and pretty much on day 1. And Ted lost one. So we had to really cut back on the lures that we brought with us. Typically we don't lose too many. We really had to cut back on the lures we brought with us to meet the floatplane payload. And now we're getting real worried. Because if we keep this up, we're gonna have no lures in 2 seconds. I think I only have 2 or 3 big spoons left.
Yeah, I have
Maybe
3.
Ted has 3 big spoons left, which are what we've been fishing with. And then after that, we have some small spoons and some like large size spinners. But yeah, we don't have nearly enough lures.
19 days, like we've only paddled 4 kilometers.
And we've lost 3 lures. So we're starting to get really worried because we're planning on fish for food. So it's almost like maybe we can't really fish other than just what we need to catch food out here because of our lure situation. That's something to take note of, you know?
Small lures, like I've got nets and all those things. So like,
yeah, I got a bunch of pixie spoons. Yeah, but yeah, it's just, it's unfortunate because
some Cleos that aren't bad, but
at first my tackle box was like 10 pounds, you know, and I dumped like over half of it, then I dumped more of it.
Yeah, man, I had a lot of shit to begin with too.
Yeah, so we're just getting kind of worried that like we don't have enough lures, and if we absolutely mandatory on this trip that we're
expensive, so even when we went and picked some more up, we knew we could have bought like another 6 pounds after the weigh-in, but that would have been like another $600 of lures,
right?
You know?
Yeah, so basically like it just sucks that we're out here and we can't like try to land a giant one, but I think we're gonna have to be a little bit more cautious of our lures because it's absolutely mandatory that we're eating fish every day out here, or else we're gonna get really hungry and weak. So yeah, there's that. Gone into something here. It's a good size for sure. Pulling my drag out. Fish seem to be biting. Me and Ted have made it basically nowhere today because the fishing's been so exciting. Using a massive lure. This could be 20 pounder. Oh man, my hand's getting sore. Yeah, this is probably 30-pound fish I got on right now. Ted! Oh, there we go. Something's happening there. That's a 20-pound fish probably there. Oh, it's not hooked that well. Oh, yeah! Yeah! Holy shit. Oh my god! Oh my god. Whoa. Easy there, big fella. I got a whale! Yeah! Woo! Wow, look at that. What a fish. Holy crap, we're gonna let this big boy go. Oh, Oh man, that's solid 15 pounds, I'd say. Yeah, 18 maybe. See ya, buddy. Yeah! I caught that one on a giant lure. But Ted's was even bigger than that. Ted's was even bigger than that he lost. So I don't know, I said maybe 15, but I'm holding it up. Maybe 17, 18 pounds I'd give that one. 15. Yeah, for sure 15, but I don't know, it fought like it was more than that, that's for sure. Wow. Do you want a silver lure from me?
By the way, we've only made it 5 kilometers.
Perfect.
It's 6.
Are you sure? It's 6? Let's make camp. So did you want a different lure?
Sure.
I tied on the fluoro again, and as soon as I tied the fluoro on, I smashed a monster, you know? So I think there's something to be said for it. Like, I don't think it was as big as the one you had on, but like, it was heavy. Like, I'm holding it like this. Like, it was like, you know, the first one I caught today? It felt like it was double the weight. The other big one I caught today felt like it was double the weight of that. Okay, so this is what I have. I have this. This is my last one though.
Yeah, it's gonna be that. You have a silver one?
I have this, not straight silver, but I have these 3 big ones.
It's up to you.
You can use this if you want.
Silver. It's barely hooked.
Yeah! Yeah! Oh my god! Yeah, nice, bud. See you later, buddy. Well,
the second I switched from brass to silver, I got 2 bites, lost a couple. We did a big crossing, and towards the end of the crossing, I hooked up with like a 25 pounder. I said 20 to begin with, now it's become 25 for sure. And it was way bigger than that. And then I kind of whined, and Jim felt bad because I haven't landed 1 fish, and he's landed like 28.
I think I've landed
so
6.
He's and lost a lot. So he gave me one of his lures as a kind brother, and I caught a nice one almost right away. What a fight.
What kind of lure was that?
It's a Williams whitefish.
We see a place on top of this hill. We're gonna camp. We've made it basically nowhere today because we spent the entire day fishing and losing our precious lures. And we're gonna pull over because we think it might be windy and less buggy up there. Although it's not very windy, so we may be in for the full Barren Lands mosquito experience today. It's all part of it out here. Cold shoulder, closing time. You were begging me to stay till the sun rose. Cheers. Well, we've tried to get as bug-free as a location as possible. I mean, I'm out here in a t-shirt, so I guess we didn't totally blow it, but I don't think we could have done much better. Wow, what a day. I think we only made it like 10K. We're supposed to be averaging like 25. There's over 100 kilometers of lakes to paddle on this trip. Somehow I didn't really realize, admittedly, portages in between them too. Epic fishing, Ted lost a giant, but you know, he got it right up to the boat and he was trying to actually land it, so that counts for something. A lot of the time, if you're fishing from a canoe, you land a giant like that, you're using barbless hooks, you don't even try to get the fish in. You look at it and you let it go. You take the hook out and you let it swim, and that way you're not even handling the fish at all. So as far as catch and release fishing goes, it's as good as it gets for making sure the fish gets away and lives. Anyways, yeah, weather's been on our side, and it just feels really good to be out here with Ted and slamming these fish. I got the one, honestly, on GoPro. GoPro makes the fish kind of look smaller because it's sort of a wide angle. It sort of distorts it, but that was a heavy fish that I caught today and landed, barely fit in my net. You know, between 15 and 17 pounds for sure. And that was really exciting, and caught another big one earlier. I think today I caught 7 or 8 fish, so just crushing it out here. But the big concern is that our lures, we lost so many lures today. 1, 2, 3, I think we lost 4 lures between the two of us, 4 to 5 lures, which is, if that keeps up, we'll be out of good lures to the end of the day tomorrow. Those are the large lures that we need for catching lake trout, and we're not really going to get into any Arctic char till we're quite a ways downriver. So we do have some smaller spoons, but overall, man, we really are kicking ourselves. Usually we have way too many lures, but with the size of the fish here and the battles they put you through, man, you get broken off, you're trolling, there's rocks. It's honestly the biggest thing that's like concerning me and weighing heavily on me is the fact that we don't have enough lures, and we could, you know, we're just gonna have to be careful and not fish as much as we wanted to. And honestly, it's just the reality of what we had to do to meet weight restrictions. I mean, we probably could have thrown in a couple more lures at the end of the day thinking back on it, but I think we did a pretty darn good job at getting everything dialed as best we could. So hopefully it was just bad luck today with losing the lures. Really, honestly, if we're gonna have to start swimming for them. Typically when you get snagged, it's in deep rocks, but sometimes, like Ted lost a lure from just a fish, wham, hitting it so hard, and his line got caught in the zipper of a spray deck or something, and I don't know, just snapped it all right off. Like, you're not swimming for that unless you can swim faster than a lake trout, you know, and then you have some sort of grips on your hand so you can grab it after swimming faster and being like, give me that back, you son of a bitch. I used to do that kind of thing back when I was a little more spry, but anywho, just enjoying some single malt. I duct taped the label to my Nalgene bottle, because what's a lifestyle brand without the label? Cold shoulder, closing time, you were begging me to stay till the sun rose. Strange words that come on out of a grown man's mouth when his mind's broke. Pictures and passing time, you only smile like that when you're drinking. Wish I didn't, but I do. Remember all those moments of those nights with you. Do I remind you of your daddy in his 88 Ford? Labrador hanging out the passenger door. Today, my side is, I'm doing a little bit of the side because we have a lot of fish, but this is vegetable shrimp curry. You start with your curry base, so you got chopped up onions, you got some diced tomatoes, and I got red peppers in here. Then you got your shrimp in there, of course. 2 cups coconut milk and 1 zucchini, and this is for 4 servings. good fish fry capped off the day, and beautiful, beautiful still waters out here. Gorgeous sun glowing in the sky, about as low as it's probably gonna get right now. And now we have what is my dehydrated meal. Wow, I thought I put too much water in it. Clearly that's not the case. Okay. Well, it is the end of day 2. And day 2 was, you know, borderline kind of get caught up on sleep day this morning and get dialed in on things. But then we got in the water and it became and slowly fish along the shore and not make any distance day as well. So I think we banged off like 10K, not even. We have 100 kilometers of lakes to paddle with like rapids and stuff in between. So we're gonna have to step it up tomorrow. But it was an amazing day. But as the song goes, why do all good things come to an end? Flames to dust, lovers to friends, the pop stars touching in the new bar, blah 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 blah. And I'm gonna turn in because I'm tired, and tomorrow we're gonna be portaging around raging rapids, slamming huge lake trout, and paddling endlessly. Hopefully we don't run out of lures. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is the morning of day 3 here. We didn't get to bed till late yesterday, so we ended up kind of sleeping in a bit. The bugs were horrific this morning. I could just hear them dive bombing the tent, so maybe that's why I didn't crawl out of the tent, but a little bit of breeze is picked up here. When you're in the Arctic in the summer like this, a good idea to pick some spots that are a little more exposed so you get a little more wind, keeps the bugs down. Anyways, today we have to travel quite a distance. We got to make up a little time for yesterday. We probably won't be getting into any rapids, but we won't be able to essentially fish the entire day like we did yesterday. Before the next lake though, we have a stretch of river with some class 2s and 3s, and then a class 4, which will probably portage. So yeah, we're gonna be in epic whitewater back in these lakes. I'm sure the fishing will keep up as long as we don't lose all our lures, which seems to be happening faster than we'd like. We'll be good. Putting on a little salmon seasoning, trying a little different this time. Last time we used the Old Bay, the Old Faithful. Coffee's gonna be a tad chewy this morning. This is delicious, by the way, this coffee.
Nice place for a coffee, Jim. Absolutely. Oh my goodness, what a day. We're having fish for breakfast.
At first I was like, I don't want fish for breakfast, but now look at this. This looks amazing.
Right. This fish smells better than the last one.
Ah, this one's good. Little one, eh? It wasn't even that little though, eh? Like, remember the
catch little ones.
Yeah, it is. Remember the one I caught just at where we took out?
Yeah.
That would have been good, you know? Fish. It's what's for breakfast. That fish was unbelievable. We're also saving our food that we brought when we're eating this, but I thought it was a lot. I mean, to put that back quick. Great breakfast, takes a little longer, but just a smaller fish tastes way better. So maybe that first one I kept was maybe a little big. And so this little like 3-pounder was just like way better. Woo! Woo! Oh, that's a lively one there. When you're fishing from shore, you run your drag out more because they don't pull the canoe. There's 2 big ones. I had one on, lost it, and then 2 of them were just hitting right here. Probably about like 15, another 15 maybe. Oh, don't go near that rock, dude. Woo! That's a big fish. Oh, there's 2 there. There's another giant trying to hit the lure in it. Look where it's hit. Oh, that's why it feels so big. It's snagged in the fin. Look, the second one's trying to bite the lure in its back. Oh no! Oh, I got the smaller of the 2 here. Oh no, if I get both of these, dude, it's gonna run my whole spool out. Good Lord. So I can see that I have this one hooked like in the dorsal fin, which means it's harder to fight. There's 2 of them down there, and I'm worried because the second one is trying to bite the hook that's embedded in the fish, and potentially I'd have both of these fish on at the same time. Trying to tire it out, but I want to keep it away from these rocks where it might break me off. I don't want to horse it in either because I can't afford to lose this lure. Look at the other tank right there, dude. Oh no, don't go under there. Oh no. Look, the other one's even bigger. Are you kidding me? Come on, baby. Oh, that's a good size. Nice and easy. Hello. Come to Papa. Yeah, it fought way crazier because of where it was hooked though, eh? There we go, he's hooked in the dorsal fin. But there's 2 down there. This was the smaller of the 2. But so the fight was way crazier because it was hooked in the fin, but right in the fin, and he'll be a very safe release. Yeah! Amazing.
Dude, there's 2 fighting. He's after it, yeah.
They're both trying to bite the lure. Look. Still trying to get it.
I had him up.
It's a good spot to land them here because the rocks are really smooth and there's a little water runs up between there and there, so it's pretty good to safely land them.
All the way.
Oh, this would be phenomenal
Yeah.
fishing through these islands. Phenomenal.
Yeah, so, but it's going to be really pretty, I think, through here. Yeah. We'll have to duck through here and then all the way down to right here, and that's where the first rapid.
That's a big crossing, eh?
That's where the.
This is like 1, 2, like over 2 kilometers.
That's where the first rapid. So we're coming down this way.
How
the
far
first
is that to
rapid
there?
starts here when it exits the lake, and there's a section of like class 2, 3, 4 waterfall, and then another lake. So we're gonna at least maybe try to get to here, we're thinking.
Okay, here we go. Goodbye campsite. Day 3, here we come. We gotta bang off solid 22K of flat water today. Well, we're gonna have to not troll because when we're fishing, as soon as you hook into like the average size fish here, it's a 10-minute battle that could blow you back across the lake. So we did a little fishing this morning, and we're actually going to try to make some distance today to start off. Super fun morning though. Starting the day off, beautiful day, slept in, coffees, fish fry for breakfast, that was delicious. Followed by a fish slam fest. Well, we have been paddling. We got actually slight tailwind here, and the weather is still on our side. Some clouds moving in, so we might get some low pressure blowing in later today or tomorrow, but right now it is beauty. So pretty awesome way to start the day. And we haven't been fishing, which is challenging for us, but because of that, we've been making far better time than yesterday. And we're just creeping down the shore of Lake Tehikafaluk, and it's an absolutely beautiful day. You know, we just kind of, when we're out here, we sort of eat lunch on the fly. So I just kind of ate some granola bars type thing, and granola bar-y, energy bar-y things, Built bars or whatever, and some trail mix. And so we're pretty confident that we can catch fish more or less at will. So we're not like super worried about catching a fish to eat yet. So we can do that when we get a little further along. I really liked our fish breakfast, by the way, Ted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I say we just camp at the end of the lake. So we're still at 414 meters of elevation. I think at one point I said 414 feet, which is wildly inaccurate. This lake is called Tehikafaluk, which is Inuktitut, and it's often referred to as Lake 414 because it's 414 meters above sea level. So in roughly 300 kilometers from the outlet of this lake will be at the ocean. So if you kind of conjure up a mental picture, 414 meters is, you know, meters about an inch longer than a yard, we'll call it. I think 1.2 yards is a meter. So that's a long way up in the air. So like the CN Tower is like 350 meters, right? And this river drops over 300 kilometers that distance. So it doesn't take much drop for water to get really fast moving, to create rapids and waterfalls and all that kind of stuff. So if you can conjure up an image of a graph in your mind, you can sort of visualize the average drop of the river. And that's a doable river, but it's a whitewater river, and that's exactly what the Hood is. So when it comes to figuring out how challenging a river is and if it's even doable, figuring out the drop is the way to do it. And what you do is you look at the elevation from the beginning of the river, say the headwater lake, what's the elevation? Then you count all the miles or kilometers of that river down to the ocean or whatever other river or lake it feeds into, and then you divide them and you get your average drop per mile or kilometer. And yeah, and then you can get a good idea how challenging a lake is. If you can't find any other details, or if you really want to see what the character of a given river is going to look like before you get there, that's how you calculate it.
stays down, but gorgeous day. It's nice and keeps the bugs away.
Well, we are still making our way down this lake here. It's been a glorious day, actually hot, unseasonably hot. Probably the hottest day of the year is today, wouldn't you say, Ted?
Yeah.
I'd say easily today's probably the hottest day of the year in the Arctic, in this region. But yeah, there's no boring, monotonous tundra around here. This is very rugged country, and we're getting into some very large hills that are almost even mountains up here too, so it's really cool. We had to do some tricky navigating through a bunch of islands, and our route took a hard left turn. And you know what, it's very contrasting, this country, to see the flat islands up against a mountain in the background, and where's the point? It blends in behind it, so it's even harder really to read the country. So we were able to navigate through those islands without using the GPS, just by, you know, looking at our maps and looking around and figuring. We've been, you know, paddling at a good clip, and we're thinking that we're just going to take advantage of this weather and make it to the opposite end of this lake today, which is where our first whitewater will begin. If we make it, which I think we will, we're going to be paddling probably till about 7, because there's about another 16 clicks left. So we'll have banged off, you know, a solid 25 clicks or so today. But when we make it there, tomorrow morning will be, you know, some whitewater, some like minimum easy stuff, then some class 3s and a waterfall. Then we get into the river proper, and we're going to have some good current. But yeah, we're going to have some portaging, some whitewater, beautiful falls tomorrow too. And today's just been a dream, honestly. Way warmer than I thought it would be, and a lot warmer than last time Ted and I paddled in the Arctic 16 years ago, which was much further north than here. But man, it was a lot colder. So we're enjoying this, but I'm doubtful that this weather will last. We're probably going to get some sketchy weather at some point, so we're prepared for that though.
Yeah.
Big eater size?
Yeah, for sure. Really
Nice.
good eater. Look.
Nice. Well, this is our last big crossing, and we will be probably entering some current of the Hood River today, which won't last long because it pretty quickly goes into another lake after some rapids and a waterfall. We're not going to be dealing with those today though, but we have about 3 or 4, looks like 3.5 kilometers left, and we're probably just going to jump across this large bay because the weather is so perfect, and the wind's on our side. But yeah, this will be a pretty big open water crossing. Looks like we can head for an island, so about a click and a half, but and then another bit after that. It's going to be sad to put Lake Tehikafalik behind us, but it's been a really cool lake. Ted just landed a nice lake trout. We were just like, okay, we've paddled good distance. It's about time that we should, you know, think about getting dinner and shoot. You know, we troll for just a little bit, and bam, perfect eating size fish. Just one fish, enough food for both of us. So that's pretty awesome. Oh, keep getting hits. There's one, and it is not small. Yeah. Oh, god damn it. Got off. I'm trying to get the net. When you're using barbless hooks, like, you can't take your hand off the line, the rod like that, because as soon as you lose the tension, they just get off. You got to keep tension on at all times. So me bungling to try to get my net, I lost it. Felt like probably a decent size, like maybe like one of the ones we caught this morning. So huge. What do you think that is? Like a solid 7 pounds that you caught? Yeah.
Like, it's just crazy and like kind of sad to be leaving this lake.
I know.
This is the biggest lake of the trip.
Yeah, I know. On a warm summer's eve, on a train bound for nowhere, I met up with a gambler. We were both too tired to speak, so we continued to stare out the window in the darkness. Boredom overtook us and he began to speak. He said, son, I lived a life reading people's faces, knowing what the cards were by the way they held their eyes. And if you don't mind me saying, I can see you're out of aces, for a taste of your whiskey gives you some advice. So I handed him my bottle and he drank down my last swallow. Then he bummed a cigarette and asked me for a light. And the night got deathly quiet and his face lost all expression. Said, if you come play the game, boy, you gotta learn to play it right. You got to know when to hold up, know when to fold up, know when to walk away, and know when to run. You never count your money. When you're sitting at the table, there'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done. Okay, well, we're gonna make camp on this big island right near the mouth of the Hood River, just because we feel like it looks windswept and less buggy. I think up on the right's the flattest.
Up here?
Yeah.
Okay. That just looks, I don't know, pretty flat, but we'll check it out. Pretty big willows here, dude.
Oh yeah. Alright, we're going back to the salmon seasoning. Well, Ted chopped up the lake trout into salmon steaks, and we're using that salmon seasoning again. I put that on already because it's kind of yummy if you let it sit for a bit. It sort of soaks into the meat. And my side today is macaroni and cheese, or shells, little pasta shells forget, it's not just regular Kraft macaroni. It's like the one with the little bunny on the front, and it's like organic. I think it's for the children. I stole it. But yeah, I made up a batch and then dehydrated it. Is there point of dehydrating pasta when it's already dehydrated? I don't know. I think maybe it comes out a little lighter, and then plus you already have everything on it, so just toss it into whatever container and add boiling water, and that's it. Plus that way I can have the milk on it. And we'll put that to sleep for like 10-15 minutes. Hopefully it'll still be warm. Should be. Next up, the fish. Look at that. Delish. Ted said it wasn't done enough for him, so he gave me this first round, and
You sent it back to the kitchen.
I think it's perfect personally, but
Forever young, I wanna be forever young.
do you really want to live forever? Forever young, I want to be forever young. Do you really want to live forever? This is good, dude. That looks perfect to me. Look at that. Yes. Perfection. Ted, how are you feeling about testing your folding canoe in whitewater tomorrow?
I'm feeling okay about it. I mean, I can't really bump too many rocks too hard. It is tough, and I have a patch kit, but you know, you poke a hole, you gotta pull over and take all this time to fix it. So I obviously want to avoid doing that. And you can only fix so much, right? So I'm feeling okay. I was feeling a little better 2 days ago when I was sitting much closer to the middle. It handled great, but I was too tight in the spray deck, so I had to move my seat back, and now I'm really back heavy and the canoe spins around backwards, and so I'm not really liking that. So I'm not sure. And then my seat is such that I don't know if it's designed to paddle while sitting, because you can't really kneel, like there's nowhere for your feet to go without being like terrifyingly snagged in the seat. So, but overall I'm feeling okay, I think.
Okay. Let's see how this macaroni and cheese turned out.
Dude, when you let them sit, it'll just keep thickening up. Like yesterday I put in definitely too much water on purpose. I did it on purpose, but then I had left it for so long after cooking the fish, it was like thicker than I wanted it to be. You know?
I'm not going to rave about this mac and cheese, but it's not bad. Okie dokie. It is the end of day 3, and pretty like uneventful day, as in no sort of major challenges other than, you know, paddling a solid 20K. But Man, was it ever beautiful. Slight tailwind. Didn't really fish much because, to be honest with you, we just needed to make time. We don't want to lose any more lures, and whenever you hook into something big, it takes like 10-15 minutes to land it. And so we had a really big fishing day yesterday. We caught some nice ones this morning right at the, right where we put in from camp. And then as soon as we needed to catch food for dinner, bam, Ted nails a perfect one. I lost another nice one, and we got here, and there's not really a good spot to fish off this campsite, but other than that, super beautiful. It's an esker. Just, you can tell the everything here, it was just so recently glaciated. An esker is actually, it's a bump like this, but at one time it was contained in ice. It's actually the pathway of a river that once traveled under the ice sheet, and just all that buildup of sediment, I guess, that was contained by the ice itself. I don't really know, but it almost looks like a river bottom turned inside out, and it just winds off through the country like a snake. Pretty awesome. Anyways, we just finished off a great meal. Tomorrow we are jumping off with whitewater, some pretty intense whitewater, and a definite portage, and around a beautiful waterfall, and then we are back into the lake. So I'm really loving this. This is actually more rugged, more mountainous really than I was expecting. And a lot of the barren lands are fairly flat. Well, this is definitely not that. So it's really inspiring country, and some of the fishing, like you get into one of these lake trout, and it's like, it's a battle, and I'm sure there's 30 pounders in this lake. If we were really trying to get something big, if that was our main goal other than just to eat, I'm sure we would be able to hook into one. But anyways, we probably still will. Lots more to come. I'm excited. This isn't even like the amazing part of the trip. This is just the beginning. A lot of people rush through this to get through the lakes and get into the river where there's more wildlife, and more plentiful fish. In the river, we're probably going to be catching more numbers than here, maybe not as big on average. So yeah, really looking forward to what the rest of this trip has to hold, and also, feeling a little concerned about the rapids, because this water is bone chilling cold. If you dump in this water, even with a dry suit, hypothermia is a concern. With this warm weather, yeah, not as much as a concern, but it's unlikely to last, and there's no way to light a fire to warm your stuff up into dry clothes, which adds a whole other element of danger. Anyways, Ted actually managed to gather a good pile of sticks here from this island, so we will likely use the stick stove in the morning, conserve some gas, and use the stick stove to boil water. But it's really not enough to warm yourself up if you're hypothermic. So anywho, yeah, whitewater and more beautiful stuff. Sure, we're gonna start seeing some wildlife soon too. But I am going to turn in for another well-deserved sleep and try to make it an earlier day tomorrow. Good morning. It is another beautiful day in the far north, and this is day 4 of our adventure. Camped on this island here, not much wind, so the bugs attacked us this morning. So it's about 6:30 right now, and I think we're going to use the stick stove this morning. Ted collected a bunch of twigs and sticks from the willow bushes around here, so we're going to boil our water using wood and save a little bit of gas. The first order of the day is going to just be crossing this bit of the bay here and then jumping into the Hood River. If it's going to be another scorcher, I have to decide whether I put my dry suit on or not, because we're starting the day out with some rapids. Don't we have a class 3?
2, then 3.
Yeah, so we have a class 3.
Class 4.
So I might put on my dry suit bottoms, but it's going to be pretty uncomfortable. So maybe I just leave it accessible and like whip it on before I run the rapids. I don't know. early 1800s, Franklin did one of his overlanding expeditions on the Hood River. The trip started from Fort Reliance on Great Slave Lake, where they traveled by sailing from England and then paddled all the way there, but they just left that all out and just started from Fort Reliance. They're looking to, you know, map the Arctic coast, and so they eventually, their route included some of the Hood River, but they ended up basically having to walk back from the mouth of the Hood River all the way to Fort Reliance. Multiple people died, including Robert Hood, who was likely cannibalized, and that's how the river got its name, because they used it to travel up from the Arctic coast. At the base of the river, they built boats. I don't know how the heck they built boats, I guess out of whatever gear they have, and they managed to cross the river. So there is what's called Franklin's lost cache here down below Wilberforce Falls. People have looked for it, but in his journals he cached a bunch of stuff in the area, so that'd be pretty cool if we could find that. Although the naming of this river is sort of foreboding to someone about to paddle it, that it got its name through a guy that was murdered and cannibalized on a starvation expedition where multiple people died. Anywho, I'll just brush that off and have a coffee. I should have been a cowboy. I should have learned to rope and ride. Riding my 6-shooter, riding my pony on a cattle drive. Stealing a young girl's heart, just like Gene and Roy. Singing those campfire songs. I should have been a cowboy. And once you're through the one verse of Toby Keith's Cowboy, while spinning, that's how you know it's ready. 2 verses, maybe your coffee will be a little strong because now it's sat too long. Just the chorus, you're gonna be chewing it. So I've already stirred my coffee with a shotgun, a paddle. Well, I guess Ted's chair will do in a pinch. Well, you're probably wondering what you do with all this garbage. Granola bar wrappers, my vacuum seal packages, that kind of stuff. Now, you know, ideally you don't want to burn garbage because it's not
kind of a survival thing too.
Yeah, but I'll save the Ziploc because I can reuse that. But the issue is that all this stuff starts to stink, and it just gets nasty, and then it starts to attract bears, which has actually happened to me before. I guess you could wash off every little piece of garbage, but then you're carrying it around, and then at the end of the day, typically when you get back to a northern community, if you want to throw it out there, they just burn the dumps there anyway. So probably advisable, especially when you're heading into polar bear country, to burn off your garbage. Now you don't want to do it without some sticks, or else you're going to leave like clumps of like burnt plastic behind. So it's, you really, to do it properly, you really have to have a bunch of wood. So because we have some wood left over, we're going to take the opportunity to just burn off some of our garbage. Probably 10 o'clock right now. We are on the water. Just have to paddle around this island, and the crossing will be in the first bit of current of this trip. We're in the first bit of current here, and I thought maybe it'd be a good place to fish. Sure, there'll still be big lake trout down lower, but sometimes fish will wait where current dissipates, because they'll wait and ambush food. They'll hang out in back eddies and wait for food to come down river, and they'll shoot out into the current and attack it. So that's why I thought there's a bit of current there, and then it dropped off deep, so I thought it might have been a good spot, but apparently not. Anyways, we got our first rapid coming up right here, so just gonna bomb it. But yeah, the rapids, you got to be extra careful when you're in these remote places, because walking out of here isn't an option. It's probably about 300 kilometers in a straight line, not to mention all the lakes and rivers you'd have to swim across or walk around, if not even possible in rivers, to get to Kugluktuk, which is like completely off the road system, not even a winter road or anything. So, you know, essentially you'd be like walking to the Arctic coast. So it's just unrealistic. So it's, many $1,000 float plane back to get you out of here, if you're even in a position where a float plane can land. So challenging. So you don't want to mess around out here, because you can get pretty deep pretty quick. Here's our first bit of moving water. Doesn't even look like anything. We have some river notes that say it's a class 2, but here it looks more like a swift, although it bends around the corner. So I'm gonna head down it, and then I'll kind of report back to Ted on how deep it is, because Ted, with the folding canoe, really can't afford to scrape over any rocks or rip a hole in that thing. Hey Ted, watch where I go. This one looks sketchy. Hit a rock. See, that would be a problem for Ted. I didn't really scout it or take the best route. So yeah, the water looks pretty low, so maybe we're gonna have pretty low water. It is looking like we have some low water. I went down the first one, no problem, the first little chute, and got to what would probably normally be a bouldery class 2, and there's just not enough water in it to run down it at all. I think it's pretty much a portage for Ted with his pack canoe, because the water's so low, and if I was going to run it, I'd like tank some boulders. So even for me, it would be me wading it, wading and lining it. So I might just portage too, but we're gonna go check on the other side, see if there's some more water, or it might be easier to wade on the other side. Yeah, so I think this means we have low water. This past winter was the warmest winter on record, with really also record low snowfall too. So this is why. I mean, this is relatively early. Oftentimes there's still ice on the lakes into this part of the year. So we're just hitting it with low water, and this is because of how warm and dry, I guess, last winter was. Seems to be a lot of water in here. So yeah, I'm probably just gonna portage with Ted, as opposed to just trashing the bottom of my canoe. I probably could have waded on the other side, but to be honest with you, it would be pretty sketcy, so I don't want to take too many risks. Sometimes it's best to just pick up and portage. We're getting eaten alive. Oh, black flies. Woo! Annihilated. There's no wind there on that portage. And we just got hammered. Still getting hammered. Look at this. Look, I'm hitting like, let's do a test here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A couple blew off. Get out into the wind here. Wow. Here's my lunch today. This is blueberry pemmican. I made this pemmican at home myself. Big old chunk. I dried and pulverized the berries, dried them out just in the oven on low, used a dehydrator, blasted them all up with a coffee grinder. This one actually started by buying a large beef brisket and used the fat off of it to render too. It's really good. Like, this is what the voyageurs used to eat. It was traded heavily with the Métis on the plains of Canada with the Northwest Company. Basically fueled the fur trade. At that time, traditionally, it was made with bison. Sometimes there's no berries in it, but when there are berries, it won't last as long. It has an extremely long shelf life. When there's no berries, it doesn't provide vitamin C and stuff, but it will last longer. And when you're hungry and your body needs a fuel, you get a taste for it, and it just starts tasting delicious. Also can be used in stews and stuff like that. What's for lunch, Ted?
Kirkland trail mix from Costco.
Boom.
M&M peanuts, regular M&Ms, peanuts, cashews, raisins, almonds.
What do you rate it out of 10?
10 out of 10.
Now we have a class 3. Who knows what that's gonna look like? Hooked into something here. Nice laker. Good eating size. There's a nice little good sized one. I don't know if you can see it, but there's a drop. Does this say it's a 3? Yeah. You might have to like line around here. I'll tell you, it looks like I might be able to get down here though. Yeah, it looks like you could get down here, Ted. Just get over and back ferry into this eddy right here. Oh, there's a fucking rock right there. I hit a rock. Wow, this low water so far is really slowing us down. Because Ted's packed canoe, he doesn't want to be scraping over rocks like I just did there. You know, you get what you get when you come out here. And I think oftentimes the Hood rivers run at relatively low water. And that's because the headwater lakes hold their ice for so long. By the time a floatplane can land on an open section of the lake, the river has already gone down some. So it's fairly common that's run at lower levels. But because this past winter there was so little snow and it was an early spring, I think this is lower than typical. But you know, rivers are always lower in their upper stretches. So you know, here having a portage and wade some of these rapids that in higher water you can run means some of the class 4s will be class 3s. And maybe we'll be able to run some of the higher volume rapids that would otherwise be portages, essentially. Approaching a waterfall. Just in the midst of fair-sized portage around this beautiful falls. River just goes into a tight channel, rapids, and then pours down this last drop. It's just awesome. And yeah, 3 trips per portage because of the camera gear, but all my bags are a little lighter because we were forced to meet the weight restrictions. So that makes it a little easier, but still feeling it after that one. And gonna go back and get the canoe next. It's looking like probably today we're gonna have up to 3 more portages before we get back into a lake where we can get some miles behind us. So yeah, too bad that those first 2 weren't runnable, but gotta just take things as they come out here, and overall I'm feeling pretty good. So anyways, time to go back for the next load. Oh, snag. Told you it was too shallow, Ted. Immediately snag. Enraging. I was kind of blaming Ted because I'm like, I don't think we're gonna get snagged here. Too shallow. He's like, oh, let's just do it for the shot then. Immediately got snagged. No lures left, and then he was trying to unsnag me. He's being super helpful, but when he's trying to unsnag me, he broke my line with his paddle. So now I'm gonna swim out there and try to unsnag me, and Ted's gonna just hold on to the spot, and I'm gonna put my dry suit and swim down to it and get it.
So, if you were slotted, see that? See that thing? Why don't you put your paddle in that slot?
Hold on, just hold my paddle. I don't know.
Here, but like this is the thing, I couldn't pry the rock.
So if I move that rock, then I'll get it?
Yeah, it's like between, see this big rock, this little rock, fuck,
okay.
It's filling up.
Here we go, I'm gonna go get it, ready? Dude, how was that hidden? Oh my god!
You never would have got it.
Oh my god! Dude, did you see how jammed under that was?
Fucking dinner plate.
Well, that was interesting. Not really what we had planned, but hey, it's a nicer day today, so that's good. But yeah, it's challenging because so much air gets in your dry suit that I can't really swim under, so I had to get Ted to hold me under the water with a paddle while I wrangled this giant boulder that the lure was under, but all's well that ends well. Well, back on the water after that rod debacle, or that lure debacle. Didn't exactly get much fishing in. Crazy, I smell forest fire smoke in the air. Must blowing here 200 miles. You got one. It's a good eater, Ted. Yeah, that's a good eater. I think I'll keep that one. That's about as small as they get around here. Well, it was like as smallest one of the trip, basically. But it was hooked right through the eye. So we have grade 2, fairly simple scout run left. Then at grade 4, like maybe we can just walk it, you know? Like, I mean, like wade it. Pulled over here to scout the next rapid, and it looks like we can run it. A little more water in here than the other ones. Okay, well, we have a runnable rapid here. Some actually pretty big waves at the end. But, you know, class 1 and then a class 2. So this is exciting because the way things are going, Ted and I thought we'd be portaging this. So yeah, the obstructions are just stacked on this part of the river. So we're not making very good time, but most of the river is a little more open than this. But we still are gonna have like 2, if not, yeah, we're still gonna have a solid 2 to 3 portages before the day's over. So it'll be nice to actually run something. But it's not gonna be easy. There's a lot of boulders I gotta dodge in here. It's pretty tricky. Scraped over a rock there, hitting that last hole. Fun. Water in the canoe there. This is quite the portage. Super rugged, up a big mountain. It just keeps on going. Okay. Back on the water after a long portage. We are jumping right into a rapid with a lot of boulders. Oh man, Ted's gonna have a hell of a time getting down here. The wind's just blowing me sideways too. I'm worried about Ted ripping holes in his pack canoe. I don't know if I could have taken a better route. And plus, when I'm trying to back ferry and side slip right, but I got a hard wind pushing me left. Oh, nice. Few more meters of this crap. Just not enough water. We're still high up river, so hopefully the volume picks up. I'm sure it will because there's a lot of tributaries. So this isn't horribly uncommon high up in a river, but this is a really low water year. Well, through that melee, but now we're in a wide boulder riddled stretch of river. Might have to jump out at any point. And we're approaching what's supposed to be our last portage of the day, where the river drops, so class 4 probably, but it's hard to tell if there's much water. So I'm starting to get concerned here that this river is just extremely low, but it's mostly fed by tributary rivers, so it should pick up in volume the further we get down. We just paddled through its one headwater lake where we started the trip from, which isn't, I guess, absolutely massive, or it's not a huge source, so a lot of this river's water comes from other rivers. So I'm just hoping that that's the case, because right now this seems a little crazy. Guess I'm gonna just jump up and start portaging, have a look over this hill here and hope that there's some river. Well, we were thinking we were getting where we needed to get to, and then we hit this. This is supposed to be an easy class 2, and it's not even a wade. It's borderline a portage. We're gonna try to wade it. Ted's gonna have to take out bags of his boat and put them back in and out of the boat to lighten it up. I'm gonna have to like do some damage dragging over rocks. Really, we probably should be portaging, but it's just a raging boulder field here. So that's why, yeah, it's dangerous to portage because it's a crazy boulder field. So yeah, normally this would be a fun little thing to float down. Instead, it's gonna take hours because it's just so low. That's very low water. So anyways, just when I thought it was really low water, it's like way lower than I imagined. This is just how she goes. Crazy, very low water. And we have just been going at this all day for hours and hours. This is a never-ending drag slash portage. We should have been halfway down the lake by now. But water's been down all over the place. Barges and other ships, the Coast Guard can't go down the Mackenzie River. Water's down like 15 feet there. We heard all the rivers are low in that area, and we heard some are high, some are low. It's weird. And we were hoping where we were going here wasn't affected, but you know, there's not like some sort of gauge we can check in online. This is like the Arctic wilderness, so you get what you get. But yeah, it's challenging, but nothing much we can do other than just like push on and try to stay positive. So, and speaking about positive, it is very, very beautiful out right now. Gorgeous weather, and just this country is just unreal, so pretty cool. Well, we've been going at this for 11 and a half hours straight today. Ted just checked the time. It's 9:30 at night. So actually more like 12 hours because we left camp around 9:30. And yeah, we have a little bit more to wade here. I ended up just basically dragging my canoe over the rocks more than I would normally want to. So hopefully this Tough Stuff expedition grade canoe will be fine. They're built to take a beating, these canoes, but they do have a gel coat, so it's a balance. So they're lighter weight than a traditional Royal X boat or other plastic type boats that you can maybe drag more, but those boats are a lot heavier. So I think I'll be okay. And a little more dragging to come, but hopefully once we're past this next headwater lake, we have some more tributaries coming into the river. This super low water won't be really holding us back like it is today. So anyways, time to move on. Yo! That felt good. When we were at the end of the last portage, I got a feeling that like there was some fish in front of me. I've heard maybe there's grayling in this river, so I thought, oh, I wonder if there's a fish here. And I looked down and looked directly at a lake trout, a beautiful lake trout, probably 8-9 pounds, just chilling in a tiny back eddy, no more than 5 feet away from me. Just so incredible. We just let it be. We're thinking maybe to speed up the evening at camp, we just cook the fish for breakfast, which is delicious. I personally love fish for breakfast. Get a big feed to get a jump on the day too, because it's like way more food than our oatmeal. So we might just eat some dehydrated meals and go to bed, because it's going to be like after 10 by the time we get to camp. So we're at another portage. We're probably just going to camp here. It's taken us over 12 hours to make it 6 kilometers today because of the low water. But anyways, there's all kinds of obstructions stacked here, so we'll be able to make better time as we get more into it. I wonder what Franklin's comments were on this stretch of river here. We made it to camp and the black flies are vicious. We both had to bug jack it up. We're just like randomly clapping in the air and killing like 15, 20 at a time. So whenever a breeze comes, they kind of go away, and as soon as the breeze dies, they're just right back on you. Anyways, yeah, it's quite late, so I basically was hungry and just pounded one of my lunches. So that pretty much means I can't eat a dinner, but maybe I will anyways, because I'm gonna have to pull over and eat dehydrated food for lunch one of these days, because I'm like at least one lunch short now. We kept a couple nice eating sized lake trout today, so we put them in the fridge, aka in a couple Ziploc bags into a larger bag with a rock, and sunk them in the cold water to keep them, and we'll probably eat those for breakfast, or who knows, maybe a shore lunch or something, depending on how we're feeling. And just eat something fast today since it's probably already like 11. Trying to get in my pants. Won't even buy me a drink first. Oh my God. Die. Well, found these yummy fruit source bars. I realized that I'd ration one per day, but I haven't even gotten into any of them yet. I probably should have saved them for the lunch that I just pounded when I got here, but I didn't. I'm going to demonstrate how you eat when the bugs are this bad. This is why I buy triple XL bug jackets. One of the things we had to ditch was our tundra tarp, or bug tarp. It's basically just a tarp with mosquito netting walls, which is a bastion for comfort. You can go in there, cook, whatever, not get attacked, but it's like heavy and bulky, so Couldn't bring it. Okay, we have chicken curry with rice. All right, that's a good bit. Just gonna drink it right through here, look. And that way, it filters out all the dead mosquitoes in your hot chocolate. You can't realistically bring this whole thing. Oh man, I put way too much water in it this time. Oh, good though.
I find that if you let it sit for like another like 8 minutes, it still thickens up. I kind of like it a bit watery.
No, this one's stupidly watery. Yeah, I think we only made it like 6 kilometers today after giving her for what turned out to be about 12.5 hours. But we were rewarded by this awesome campsite that's just basically kind of on a point, I guess. The river curves around us in a horseshoe with a rapid below, and we're perched well above the rapid, almost like a big turret. And it's beautiful. We have a 360 degrees view of the surrounding rugged hills and tundra, and the river winding down to the large lake that's below us in elevation. So that's really cool, and we're really looking forward to traveling across that lake tomorrow and hopefully smashing a huge lake trout, because we didn't get the chance to do that today. And really looking forward to seeing what tomorrow has in store. Hopefully the weather keeps up. That would be awesome. I'm going to go in the tent and have nightmares about black flies carrying me off into the abyss. Ted made instant coffee this morning. It comes with creamer in it, or did you add it? Ted added it, which is an advanced bushcraft maneuver. So he had instant coffee, then he dumped creamer in the same bag. Anyways, we're gonna get this fish on, and essentially we're camp mid-portage, so I'm gonna take my stuff from camp down to the end of the portage trail, double back, get the canoes, bring them to the end of the portage trail, and then it kind of feels like, you know, we're not really portaging because we camped along the way. It doesn't feel as bad. But then we have like another obstruction just downriver, which I don't know, we might be able to run, we don't know, but it looks like it'd be a short portage if we have to carry. And then we're home free through this super low water, obstruction choked stretch of river. see the water's low. I put my first load in over there, but you can see this would be where you typically want to leave your gear, and the water would be up to there, probably for a lot of people's trips. That's where we were camped, up there. So we broke camp, we finished off the portage. Ted's been battling a headache, so hopefully he gets better, but that's kind of concerning. Anyways, got my batteries charged up with solar, and now we're jumping back on the river, and in 2 seconds later we have another portage followed by a huge lake. So we'll see, maybe we'll be able to run it. Not sure how far we're going to try to push today. It's really going to be depending on the wind. The wind is like a godsend because we're not getting hammered by black flies like we were yesterday, but this wind on the big lake might create some challenging winds, and there's a big crossing we have to make too that might be kind of sketchy, so we'll have to be safe and just see how things are when we get there. But yeah, just gonna load up the boat and jump back on the river. Finally on the water, just in a little bay here, between this and our last rapid. Man, it just seemed like it's taking us forever to get through this stretch of river. It's real late getting on the water, all-time record potentially. Pretty warm out, cloud cover, so ceiling, maybe like 2,000 foot ceiling. As long as the wind doesn't prevent us from paddling on a lake, no complaints. Hoping to make it a decent distance and get into some big lake trout today. There's the final rapid. Looks like we might be able to line it. And there is this lake that we've been questing for. Well, I think the best option is just portage as quickly as possible. Just basically goes over a point, so just too shallow to really line and too shallow to run. The takeout was pretty tough over there, so I just paddled over to the island that's in the middle of this rapid, and it's an easy carry over the island, or maybe I could scout that side and line down and skip the portage. Always looking to skip the portage. Ted's over there portaging. Looks like I might be able to line down here. Pretty rocky in here, so I wouldn't want to do it with Ted's canoe. Just popped on a white tube jig. I'm gonna jig at the base of these rapids while I wait for Ted, see if I can hook into a trout. First time I tried the big white tube jig, I've had luck jigging. Caught a couple nice ones jigging. The water's so clear you could just see down 10, 15 feet and just... There's one. Oh. Lost it, lost it. Oh, I still got it. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, baby. Woo! Hello. Come to Papa. Single barbless hook. So easy to take out. That would actually be a nice keeper. Nice eater. There we go. Might keep that one. White tube jig provides dinner. There's a good one. Oh man, I can just see all of them down here. Yeah, single barbless hook, but that's okay. I already got dinner. We could use one more though. Right where this rapid comes out, it's shallow and then it just drops off, and I'm just looking down, I'm seeing 4 or 5 lake trout, all just bam, bam, hitting. One after the other. I had one on that looked like just a tank, like a 15-pounder or so. Nice! Rock good whiskey gonna ease my mind. How the hell are you gonna ease mine? Sand from your hair blowing in my eyes. Blame it on the beach, grown men don't cry. Do I remind you of your daddy in his 88 Ford? Labrador hanging out the passenger door. Cold shoulder, closing time, you were begging me to stay till the sun rose. Strange words that come on out of a grown man's mouth when his mind's broke.
Be like heading down anyone
I kind of miss the days when there was no GPS. Like what I would have done before the trip is I would have like taken a bunch of compass bearings and written them on the map and drawn lines, and then we could have just gotten to the one spot, put our compass here, paddled, got to the next, got to that spot, and just navigated through all the islands and it's like way more fun. Feel huge. Because the net's almost too small for this fish, right? Can almost get out, eh? There we go. Pretty good one. Pretty good fish. Not nearly the biggest, but here, pretty good. You there, buddy? That thing barely even fit in the net. The one that I caught before was like double the size of that, you know? And I just basically only used the net just to like lift it into the boat.
Well, honestly, that's the other reason that whale, like my net just wasn't big enough for
Right.
that whale.
Looks like the bites picked up again. Here in the evening, we're making our way down this lake. Probably not going to get to camp till quite late. Just smashed probably I don't know, 9-pound lake trout, maybe 8 pounds, maybe bigger, and lost another one coming through this narrows here. This lake is smaller than the first lake and shallower, so maybe the water temperature is warmer, and that means like with these hot days, the fish might be more lethargic or might go to deeper water. So might not be as good. A little shallow here, so I'm scared to get snagged, but no risk, no reward, baby. We're just trolling along trying to make it to the end of this big lake, and I hook into what feels like a half decent trout coming over the shallow. But lake trout just swim down, eh? Couple nice ones there. That one wasn't very big. That's like, I don't know about this lake, but probably about average. The other lake, that would have been small for sure. Yeah, so we probably have about 2.5 clicks to go. Pretty long paddle on this narrow winding lake. It's almost like a wide river with no current really, but a big bay. And we should be at camp soon. Been some winds, but not really against us, not really for us either. We haven't really been pushing, but it's a long paddle. It's probably about 15K, so but best to put it behind us. And we're gonna have probably about 100 kilometers or more of lakes with connecting river and rapids before we really get to the main flow of the Hood River. Okay, so we're like paddling into this bay.
But we're not really, because we just rounded the corner. So
Well,
we
now
just
we're
gotta
just-
go over there.
Or is it to there we have to go to? That doesn't really make sense. So that we have to go there, Ted, look. So that was the crossing. It just didn't seem big enough for me. But then this seemed too
Where I
big.
was blowing.
Yeah,
Originally.
yeah.
Okay.
Just because I don't
Well,
think
that
we...
makes sense, yeah.
Uh,
Well, but then
I thought this was just the other side of the lake. I didn't see an opening here, really. Well, looks like that wind died down. The black flies have found us. Not quite as vicious as yesterday, but still pretty bad. A few interesting tips about the Arctic. The bugs are bad! Tip 1. Bring bug spray. I would recommend bringing a lot of bug spray. I don't know if you can see this sort of general cloud around me, but they're not landing on me and biting me because I'm using Muskol 30% DEET lotion. I have some spray here too, and I hit my hat with the spray. Hey there. Oh, a couple blew away. That one's still alive. Goodbye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 2 there. Not bad. That's not that many compared to before. Do a random clap. Oh, yeah, there you go. That's a good random clap. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18. My all-time record is 52 in Labrador. I'm gonna do it up with some Cajun fish crisp and pan fried. So I took the skin off, cut it into little chunks. It's gonna be real good. Okay, we are at the cooking fish portion of our day. This is the fish. By the way, you might be noticing this. I didn't film any of it, but I cut my finger cleaning the fillet knife. There's a lot of blood. Shake that up. Fish crisp, nice even coating. What do you think of this fish with the lake trout with the Cajun fish crisp?
It's really good. I like the other method, but it's really nice to change it up.
Today was a pretty good day, but Ted had like a horrific migraine headache. But fortunately he's feeling better, so that must have been pretty challenging for him to push through. We essentially started the day with a portage because we basically camped mid-portage trail. And not long after that, I lined down a rapid, had portaged it, and then we didn't really push. We more or less took our time paddling a very large lake, each of us catching some nice fish at the base of the rapid. The fishing wasn't as good on this lake. I caught a nice one, but it wasn't like tank town like the last lake, and that could just be because it's just a shallower lake with really hot weather. So we still have, what do we paddle now? Like 45 kilometers, something like that. Still have a long way to go, but we're hoping we can make better time on certain stretches when we get into the heavier current. Tomorrow's going to be interesting. The first piece I had was kind of fishy, like almost like what's happening. Oh my god, that's good. So juicy. Anyways, Ted and I are gonna finish up our fish. Look at that. Bugs died down because the wind picked up, and crawl into the tent for a good sleep, but it won't be long because it's already super late. We actually have to get up today and actually make some distance tomorrow. We did okay today, but we want to get onto a little bit of an earlier schedule. That's juicy. So anyways, just gonna finish this last round of fish and turn in. Good day today, other than the boo-boo that I got. Well, it is the morning of day 7, and it's still really still out there with no wind. And we thought it was raining for a couple minutes when we woke up, but really all it is black flies pinging off the tent. So I think the bugs are gonna be bad. But yeah, gonna jump on the river after coffee and breakfast, clad in our bug nets, and hopefully we have a fun little rapid to start the day off with.
Even though all my chores were done for the day.
Should have been a cowboy this time. I only sang the chorus in my head. I should have learned to rope and ride and wrangle. Here in my 6-shooter, riding my pony on a cattle drive. There, it went down a bit. Well, Ted's cooking up a little fish. I caught a little tiny, like, brook trout sized laker, and it hit my, like, enormous dinner plate spoon and was immediately dispatched. So we decided to keep it and eat it. So yeah, breakfast today, the standard oatmeal, ready crisp bacon, or at least the grocery store brand. And now we have some trout, had a couple fruit source bars. It's hot, probably already about, I don't know, 10 o'clock because we slept in, but it doesn't matter so much here because it never really gets dark. So
it matters more if we get it done and like to us thinking that it's a problem. But like as long as like our days we get done what we're doing.
What does suck is baking in the tent in the morning though.
Right,
you know?
It does.
That's my share of the trout. This one was cooked up the way I love to do small trout, little slices in the outside, which I think is actually like a Turkish thing.
Mini trout for breakfast.
Yeah, and Old Bay seasoning, which is just about my favorite. Ted and I here just packed up camp. Delicious breakfast. You know, we had our coffees, oatmeal, but a nice little morsel of trout too. Took down the tent and all the other camp chores. And we're about to hop in the canoes and start going. We have a short portage right off the hop, and we're just doing the math, going over our maps together, what we have. We do have some notes. Oftentimes I don't travel with notes, neither of us do, and sometimes that's just intentional because I want to just see things sort of the way that the explorers saw them, without any like points or whatever from other people. But you know, when you're in the Arctic, someone else has done it, it's probably a smart idea and it does save time. So we've gone ahead and used some river notes for this journey from someone that's traveled this river before and marked, hey, we found the portage to be best on the left, or we ran this one, or we didn't run this one. Hey, we found an Inuit historical site here, that kind of thing. Yeah, so we're just gonna do the last few things here to pack up, head down to the canoes and jump on the water and start going. But yeah, this site worked out to be pretty good. Bit of a trek to get up here. We walked over multiple trails where caribou have just migrated right through here. It looked like hundreds of caribou came right through this area. So it'd be really neat to see some wildlife. That's one thing we haven't seen much of yet. So but I think it's more prominent in the river valleys, and with this heat too, stuff doesn't move around as much. So I'm looking forward to seeing some wildlife and just seeing this beautiful country and really taking it in. And we are headed to the Arctic Ocean, so we have about 13 days left. Today is day 6 of our trip, and with any luck we should get there on time to meet our floatplane charter to pick us up and fly us back to Yellowknife. But anyways, we got to get moving. Okay, we are on the water, day 6. Pretty steady wind that's not exactly in our favor, but definitely not a headwind, which is awesome. Still have a long distance in lake paddling to do today, and we're gonna try to get ahead and have a faster day today. We didn't get on the water till about noon because we didn't wake up till 9. So we want to have a long day and get back on schedule. So that might mean not sleeping much tonight. Ted's trying to get me to duct tape my paddles together to make a double blade to save time and paddle with duct tape paddles together, and told me that the only reason I said no was because of my ego, which is pretty interesting. So yeah, you might get to see me punch Ted in the face pretty soon out here. He's always trying to get me to duct tape paddles together into double blades all the time. It's just like so enraging. So I refused, but I don't think we're really in a big rush. I think Ted's kind of concerned that we're falling too far behind because of the issue, and he's kind of right, because of the issue of the low water has made things take a lot longer, and when you mix that with Ted's never-ending bungling all the time, you know, you start falling really far behind. So anyways, I think we'll be okay once we get into the rapids and the river, but the issue is that the low water means we can't just quickly run down the rapids. We have to get out and drag or portage, things that would just be very brief little stretch that we just float down. So, but anyways, yeah, we're gonna try to bang off a good portion of lake travel today. And who knows, maybe we can line this one coming up. We've got another beautiful day though. This high pressure's pretty much been sticking around, so I don't know, can't stay nice forever. Probably means we're gonna get something pretty fierce at some point, but I'll take the weather while we can. Yeah, like this might almost have just been faster to start portaging, dude. Look at this. You know? So we've decided to line down the top of the rapid here and portage the end. We were hoping the final part of this rapid would be runnable, but the water's just too low. So again, the low water is really making things take longer because it's just so low that we can't paddle large stretches of river. Oh man, this is another low water stretch right after this portage. Looks like we're gonna have to wade down this too, man. Bummer. Okay, back on the water after what was a pretty long portage, and I'm trying to run the rapid that follows the portage, but I'm worried I'm gonna run out of water pretty quick because it's super shallow, so I might have to just like jump out of the boat at any turn or get hung up. Hopefully everything's okay. Well, that was an SHIT show. The end, there's just no water left. And
Water's like nice.
yeah, we had to just basically pick up and carry inch by inch to make it down. Crazy. But we're on the next lake. This is the widest lake of all of them. Beautiful clear water as usual. So I guess we're heading for this close point here, and then we're pretty much off this map. We're on a big wide lake, so we're still gonna try to stay relatively close to one shore just for safety, and just to keep our eyes peeled for anything interesting, you know, wildlife. I have in some notes here that there's some sort of Inuit historical site along this lake, an old fox trap or a cache or something like that. So we might keep our eyes peeled for that. But we're not really gonna have a ton of time to fish through this section because we have to make time today. So I'm hoping that the current picks up once we get back into the narrows, and I think it will. So me and Ted have decided to cut off a massive bay on this very wide lake, the widest headwater lake of the Hood River. You know, it almost feels like we're just paddling down the middle of the lake, basically. It's a cool feeling, and there's no bugs. So a couple black flies just came along as stowaways. Well, we're just cruising along here, and we just saw all these fish tails, like a ton of lake trout were all feeding right at the top of the water. Oh yeah, there's one. Oh, so fun. Not even, whoa, this isn't even a particularly big one, but it's feisty as hell. Bam! Landed me a laker. I'm coming from the rain. Clouds and misty morning. Oh. Stay. Stay, bad boy. It's a good eating size. Nice clean release, no blood or anything. Looking around for their fins reaching the water, and they're probably up feeding on the insects or something. Just like casting into a school of feeding fish right out here in the middle of the lake. Pretty awesome. Oh no! What, you left it back there?
Maybe.
Dude?
Might be up here, but I thought I put it in the back of my canoe.
Like you left it at like the last portage trail.
No, it's not there. Oh no, it's here. Yeah!
Yeah! Oh, I suppose those fish moved on. I suppose maybe I should too. Wind died down, which means we're probably going to get absolutely hammered when we get to shore. Anyways, just picking our way along this lake here. Really freaking beautiful. Really cool. Really mountainous, rugged. Looks like God just took like handfuls of rocks and just pitched them right at the Arctic here. Just rocks, boulders everywhere, just left behind from the glaciers. Super cool. That was really cool. We saw some lake trout feeding, and I took a cast into the group and sight fish, caught a nice one, and then Ted had a feeling like something was staring at him. We looked over, and sure enough, it looked like a moose on shore, because there's barren land moose. A lot of people don't realize that's a thing. I don't know if they winter in the barrens, but they're here in the summer, clearly. We're standing in deep water. It didn't look big. So we slowly paddled up to it, and sure enough, it was a big old moose there. Looked like it made some semi-ferocious sounds there, but decided that it would rather run away from us than take us on, I suppose. but I was filming with my camcorder with one eye closed, zoomed in. So I actually opened my other eye just to double check how far it was from me when it started making those noises, because I just wanted to make sure that it didn't have an opportunity to run out here and beat the piss out of me. Normally they wouldn't, like it's pretty safe except if they're in the rut, like their mating season in the fall, or if it's a cow moose with a calf. But a bull moose like this usually isn't a threat. But that was really cool, really neat experience. Well, we just pulled over at the side of this lake and we're gonna go search for an Inuit historical site, potentially an old stone fox trap and a cave that might have been used for shelter or to cache food and whatnot. So this was built by Inuit people traveling on the land. I don't know how long ago, could be 400 years ago, could be 100 years ago, but very cool, and it hasn't been disturbed much, but it's very likely a food cache. You can see these two large rocks at the bottom with flat rocks placed on top, and you can just, there's a lot of space in there to store food, and then a bunch of heavy rocks on top, so it's very hard for things to remove them. And then these rocks in the front here, they would lean up against the entrance when more rocks would be placed in the way of those, and if they couldn't carry everything back with them, they preserve the food, cache it here, then they know there'd be a good chance it'd still be there when they're traveling up this way, and they could plan accordingly or come back and get it when they have more people or a bigger dog team or whatnot. One of the cool things about doing trips in the Arctic is that Inuit people were living close to the land much more into the recent future, so their knowledge of the land and all that is really extensive. And it's just so cool to see things like this that were left by people who passed this way before us, traveling by similar means, albeit without, you know, GPS devices and composite canoes and all that kind of stuff. But it really puts you right in their footsteps and connects you with that history. And it's pretty powerful to imagine someone here building this so many years ago and it's still just being untouched like this, so pretty special.
So they have that right above this cave.
Do you think people sleep in here?
I imagine you threw down a few skins there where it opens up.
Nice and cool in here. Now you see this rock placed by the door here would perfectly fit in the door there, and other rocks would have been used to seal it up. Just cool to come to a place where stuff like this hasn't been disturbed, because there's just not the people coming in and taking things from it or not knowing what it is, and you know, that kind of stuff. So just lack of people, and whatever people do travel the land here, respectful, and we have something that's relatively untouched for 100 years. It really gives you a window into the lives of those people of the far north and how they lived. Yeah, so I climbed in the cave and it was really cool. I saw some caribou antlers and other bone fragments that looked like they'd been there for a very long time. And in the Arctic temperature and in a place like that, those things are going to take extremely long to decompose, so they could be left in there for hundreds of years. Maybe, you know, the meat was taken and eaten, the antlers were left, or maybe the meat, whatever, the people couldn't come back and get it or died or whatever. So yeah, I'm guessing the caribou migration came through here at one time. It certainly looks like a place caribou would migrate through, but and they're ambushed and taken in large numbers, and the meat was dried or preserved as best as possible if it was you know, not in the winter, and the meat was cached here. My guess is that these rocks have all been chosen and fit almost perfectly to fill this gap up. So I think this would have also been used as a cache space right down in these cool rocks here and protected from animals and birds. This random rock here looks kind of out of place, almost like a petrified wood or a sandstone. It's all crystallized, looks naturally occurring. but almost like it was selected for a purpose. Tie a line to hold cordage. It's very light. I don't know, but let me know what you think, and I'm going to leave it here because I'm going to assume that this is part of this cool historical site. Well, that was pretty cool little hike. Got a nice view there, walked across a couple of hills along a bit of a ridge. Wasn't easy to find. In hindsight, we probably should have paddled around the bend and hiked up from the east side of the ridge, but it is what it is. Anyways, it's already like 7 o'clock. We've paddled probably 15-20k on this lake, and we're gonna push on a bit more, but we don't want to paddle too late into the evening. So more or less, you know, in about 5k, best campsite we see, we're gonna jump on it. And we could eat fish tonight, but frankly we might not, because we haven't eaten any of our dehydrated meal, so we might just eat some like spaghetti and meat sauce or something like that tonight, just to speed things up. Kind of paddle away from the black flies that absolutely attacked me at the end of that hike. I keep my muskol in a little flap of my backpack, so I can just bam, reach it easily like that. Pro tip, spray it in your face. That's a muskol 25% DEET spray. Get that Canadian Tire. That was really cool. That was worth the stop and the hike. One of the neatest historical sites I've ever seen. Well, coming up to a bouldery rapid here. Looks pretty sketchy. That's a clump of muskox fir. They're shedding at this time, and it's so soft and warm, like you could weave this and make a sweater. Almost like it has its own heat source. It's so cool. Hopefully we see some muskox. They're almost like a forgotten animal to a lot of people in the South. They almost look like a buffalo, but their closest North American relative is actually the bighorn sheep. Really cool animal that lives in the Arctic and way up into the high Arctic. Well, just giving this rapid a quick scout, looks pretty straightforward, and it looks like there's enough water. Yes! Oh, that's so relieving. See how it is down there though. Oh, that one might cause some issues. This is called Lentz Lake. Well, just casting out a good-sized Williams whitefish spoon. Appears I got into a pretty good one here. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Just stop trying to fight him. I didn't want to get my finger up in their gills, but you don't need to touch the gill plate, but if you just get it right at the front, you can do it without harming them. But anyways, good fish.
This is fucking uncomfortable. Needed a break.
So we have about 6K to make it to the area we want to camp. Looks pretty cool on the topographic map. Looks like a big cliff on the right and a rapid there. So hopefully there's a flat spot we can make a tent. We can pitch a tent. But yeah, solid 6K left of paddling. Nice flat, calm water, but no breeze to keep the bugs down. So hopefully too many of them don't follow us into the middle of the lake. But either way, we're probably going to get swarmed when we get to camp today, which is kind of becoming the norm. I love how we think these fish are small. Like by small, like 4 pounds. She's using this Williams whitefish spoon here. Seems to do the trick. Me and Ted lost about 3 of these already. So I have other Williams spoons, but we're down to our last whitefish. Ted's got another one. It's loaded in here, eh? Can't paddle far before we get one. Look, boom. Oh, you soaked me, you bastard. Oh, got off. Wow, it's so beautiful out right now. This is the first time it's been just dead calm. We are gonna have to move on from this spot. What a day. Looks like an Arctic loon up there. They have yellow bills. And there's just lake trout feeding in the water all around me. Looks like they're eating black flies and stuff off the surface. I wanna glide down over my home. I wanna write your name in the sky. I wanna free fall out into nothing. I wanna leave this world for a while. Well, it is quite late in the evening, but I'm just paddling up to a long rapid and where we're gonna camp tonight. So we put this other lake behind us today, and that feels good. And man, was it ever a beautiful paddle. Something tells me with the lack of wind, we're gonna get eaten alive at camp today though. But we're gonna try to turn in quickly today. We actually didn't keep a fish, so we're gonna eat a dehydrated meal and crawl into bed, sleep hard, and try to get an earlier start tomorrow. So looks like a nice spot, flat and beautiful scenery in the background, so can't ask for more than that. They're getting in. Alrighty.
These things are just biting.
Sitting down in a cloud of black flies. They're somehow getting through my pants and biting like my skin. I can feel like them like flying around in my pants. But
Labrador, at least they left at night, eh?
yeah, because it got dark and cold. Just gonna have a wee nip. Oh, that's good. This is McClellan's single malt Scotch. It's an Islay, so it's real peaty tasting. Actually, a very well priced single malt too. So, like a true Scotsman, you can cheap out and get that and still get single malt.
Mexican style grilled chicken bowl for you. I ate it yesterday or something, so I give you this one because these are just the ones I pulled out. And I'm having pork pad thai.
What a day today. And Ted and I, we ate fish for breakfast. Totally delicious breakfast with fish. Really cool moose sighting. I mean, we've had good ones in Algonquin Park, but that just the way that it looked at us and it got up and we thought it was small and it got out of the water, it was huge. Just big, healthy, powerful animal. So good to see them that healthy and doing so well. And also just crazy to see a moose this high up into the Barren lands, but apparently yeah, and the calls it made, that was kind of scary. But yeah, moose come up. I don't think they winter here. They come way up into the Barren lands. More rare, but you know. We've seen a lot of caribou sign again. There's like tons of caribou sign all around here, so it's only a matter of time till we see caribou. I think the really hot weather has been sort of holding the animals. They don't want to move around so much when it's that hot, so maybe why we haven't been seeing as much, but sooner or later they're going to have to move regardless, so we will soon. Also, we're getting into the river where it's just easier to see animals as well. So we went on a bit of a mission to find this old Inuit cache and cave, and we found just a really cool cache, and then we found the cave and we climbed right in there and found old antlers and bones, and it just was like so cool. Anyways, tomorrow we're jumping off with a rapid. It's just down from here and it looks like it's going to be a pretty straightforward, easy float. Then we paddle a lake and then we have what might be a pretty intense rapid. We're both concerned with these super low water levels. Are they just going to be like horrible portages or just like sketchy drags? Because Ted with his pack boat, it just can't take the kind of beating that low water and boulders wants to give it. So not too bad. Cheers, Ted. Cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
Yeah, good times. Sitting down for a morning cup of coffee when black flies crawl and penetrate your flesh in every open orifice and piece of skin. I'm going to take a second here to introduce a sponsor for this video. This is what really makes this trip possible because of the extreme expenses associated with floatplane charters in the far north. AG1 is a comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition with 75 vitamins, minerals, and whole food sourced ingredients made just for about everybody. You can tell that I already made cowboy coffee in this thing here. I've been drinking it just about every day for about 4 months now. It's great on trips when you're pushing hard, your body is really exerting itself. You might not always get the same diet that you might get at home, and that's why AG1 offers these little travel packets, which is great. At home, I have just like a larger little jar that I keep in the fridge and scoop out every day. So you know what? You can't put a price on your health, I say. And if you want to try it out, it tastes coconutty, fruity. It's actually really delicious. I look forward to drinking it every day. You can actually click the link in my description and sign up. AG1 is offering 5 free travel packs for your first purchase, and also a year's supply of 2 great supplements if you sign up. I don't typically do like ad inserts in my videos, but if it's a company that I can really get behind, who has a really good product that has a place on canoe expeditions, and I can help promote them and share it with my followers at the same time as letting that help fund some of these adventures, then I think it's a win. So check it out. You can click the link in my description and get those free travel packs, as well as the year supply of supplements if you sign up. This is a first aid kit with antibiotics, because you know, when you have a cut like this, you can wind up in a lot of trouble. Okay, ladies and germs, we are on the water after feeding the black flies for about 2.5 hours this morning. We've kind of just accepted that we're on a later schedule and that maybe it doesn't matter because it never gets dark. But fortunately, we have a bit of a wind, so we won't have to paddle in a cloud of black flies today. Although it's a headwind, unfortunately. Starting out with a long, shallow rapid, and still struggling with the ultra low water conditions. But looks like the first one we can run, dodging some boulders. By the last set, it's looking like we might have to kind of get out and wade. But yeah, nothing too challenging. Again, it's just Ted's canoe being this material, this vinyl material and all that. You know, it can't really take smashing into rocks like this one can. All right, here we go. Run a little of the white water. We're running the white water, white water. Wow, what beautiful country. Just so rugged and mountainous. Just picking our way through this boulder field. Looks like we might have to get out and drag at some point, but we're gonna make it as far down as we can. No. Now this next part looks like we're gonna have to wade. Yikes. Not ideal for a pack canoe. Like, that canoe has a a skin made out of vinyl. It's not a hard shell at all. Oh man. Yeah, Ted's saying if we had to wade this in portage, it would have taken like 4 hours. So we're in the middle of a big crossing here. Should have stayed right and then jumped over where the lake narrowed, but sometimes you just make a decision, and Ted wants to make a decision. I just agree because you get lost in going back and forth about what you should do. But this probably wasn't the best choice. It's okay now, but like lower pressure is moving in and we're getting some white caps. We're out in the middle of a cold Arctic lake here. It's about 11 kilometers long in a straight line. So after we finish this lake, we're gonna have what's likely the most challenging whitewater obstruction of the trip so far. It's warmed up quite a bit. I recommend not getting a black life jacket, guys. It's way too hot and heat stroke becomes more of a potential concern. Same with your dry suit. I had a pair of a dry suit with black pants. And those hot days where you have to wear a dry suit because the water is still hypothermic cold, you can get heat stroke. It really takes a lot out of you, that black. So that's why I got this much lighter color. And I wouldn't get a black life jacket again either. I see what looks potentially like another moose. Well, look at this. We got some current here. This slowly starting to pick up. Getting closer to the end of this lake. It's been so far about a 10-kilometer paddle into consistent headwinds. Nothing too gusting, but had to work for that 10K. And looks like there's a little swift up here. Duct tape two paddles together to create a kayak paddle because he says I'm too fast, which naturally was a large ego boost to me. Yeah. So now we're in Esker Lake. So I guess we're going that way and that's the bay, right? We'll try to stay right and we'll be sheltered from this crosswind. Well, we have paddled probably about 25K now. Late in the evening, but it's so beautiful out. We've got patches of snow and ice in the hills here still. And probably gonna need to catch a fish pretty soon. Patches of current here. It's becoming more and more river-like with every stroke for the most part. Look at this little fatty here, huh? We decided to push on even though it was pretty late in the evening. Never gets dark here, of course, so how much that matters, I don't know. But typically the evenings have been calmer, then all of a sudden, pretty strong east wind, northeast wind picked up. And basically, you know, we were traveling through a narrow part of the lake, but essentially pushed us to the other side without even realizing it. And then waves got pretty big, so we're battling winds right now. At this point, it's pretty much a headwind. Oh, the wind blew up on us. We're just trying to find a place to land the boats here without the waves crashing us on the rocks, but we've made it to where we're gonna camp. Hopefully there's a flat spot up there, but anyways, the wind is okay. As long as it doesn't keep up like this tomorrow, it'll keep the bugs down, so sunny times. Long day on the water. We paddled about 25 to 30K today. Okay, and I'm just gonna rehydrate some beef stew. Essentially, I'm just cutting up stewed beef into cubes, dusting it with a little flour, rounding it in a pan, putting it aside, then taking my vegetables, carrots, celery, potatoes, onions, cutting them all up, and then putting it with my beef broth all together to just slow cook for a long time. And after it's done, I salt it, season it to taste, and then put it in the dehydrator racks in the oven on low or whatever I find. And again, I'm gonna have to eat it in one of Ted's empty freeze-dried meal baggies. I just bring my lard in a tub, just a tub of lard basically. Lard's it doesn't spill, it's lighter, and it's actually a whole food too. So some of the things you hear about some of these vegetable oils and canola oil and the process it goes through started to scare me as well. So, but first a wee dram. Oh, you take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland for ye. For me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. So bad. Well, a little watery.
It's like a mommy's foot.
I never warmed it back up. Kind of tastes like a mummy's foot. All right, it is nighttime. See if I can get this done before I get attacked. So it's nighttime of day 7. It's probably about 11 o'clock. We paddled about 25 or to 30 kilometers today. So good day on the water considering we had a headwind for a lot of it. Didn't do a ton of fishing today, but when we thought it was about time to catch fish for dinner, dropped the line, and sure enough, perfect eating size laker came up about 5 minutes later. So pretty special that you can do that here. And tomorrow we're going to be finished this lake, weather permitting, if we don't get pinned here by wind, knock on wood. we'll be right into the thick of it. We'll right into the Hood River. We're going to be running rapids, and the current's going to be helping carry us too. Likely we're going to start seeing more wildlife with the narrower river, and the river also will likely have more vegetation along the banks, meaning there'll be more animals like muskox and caribou and predators that follow them too. So pretty awesome. We're also going to be getting into some Arctic char. There's going to be some more portages around Beautiful Falls, so lots of just absolutely gorgeous sights to see out here. So really excited for the rest of this trip, and I hope tomorrow, day 8, is going to be a good one. Good morning. It is the morning of day 8, and the wind died at some point in the night, and it's a beautiful morning. Cooled down a good little bit, but it was still really hot in the tent, which forced Ted and I to get up around 7. This is a massive lake, like just huge, and you never know what can happen, because you know, if the winds blow up, you could be windbound, so we don't want that to happen. But we have a ways to go on it. Got around a big point, head out on a long stretch, and then basically after that we're done with the lakes, with the headwater lakes, and we'll have paddled 100 kilometers of headwater lakes, and you know, completed all the portages and other challenges in between them too, and we'll be in the Hood River proper, and we should have some white water today too, potentially a portage and another, what is seeming like it's likely going to be a fun run, just judging by the water level and stuff like that. So yeah, anyways, we're gonna get to it and get packed up and get on the water. I feel like, what did we do right to get this weather? Like the freaking weather gods are on our side here. The mosquitoes have joined us. Well, I've been making Ted coffee, because the cowboy coffee is a little better than the instant, and I'm making it, so when we run out of mine, we'll get it to Ted's more, but time for the spin. Ted's coffee cup is way bigger than mine, which I don't think is fair. So maybe I should give him the one with the grinds in it. Balance things out here. Good coffee. Good coffee. Okay, day 8. Back in the canoe. Let's stay left and cross at the point. No?
No, because the way we want to go. I'd rather cross here.
Okay.
Because it's blowing us that way.
Right. Yeah, we're just discussing what's the best way. You know, we want to be on the other side, but crossing directly, well, we're not getting towards where we want to get, and all the waves will be broadsiding us. So we decided to make a bit of a bigger crossing, but use the wind and the waves as a bit of a tailwind. And they're sort of quartering us from our starboard side, and we're heading for this point. So yeah, it's pretty good. Well, unfortunately, this lake goes around a bit of a horseshoe, so the winds have picked up into a pretty substantial tailwind here. We crossed another bay, but the wind's really helping us, and the whitecaps aren't breaking under us. Like, they're not big enough to cause us issues yet, so really fun, actually. We're just close to shore here, but as we round this big bend, we might be going into this, so we'll see how it is. We might be able to take the west shore and be somewhat blocked, or the south shore, I guess. I don't know. We're just rounding this point, and we see whitecaps. So we don't really know what's up. We might, if we really hug the shore, we might be kind of blocked from the wind, but we also don't want the wind to push us out into the lake.
Close too, in case you have to bust out our range.
And it looks like rain's coming from this direction too, so we'd have to climb out of the boat to access our rain gear. So yeah, we'll just kind of get into it, and if it's too dangerous, it's too dangerous. That's definitely a moose there. Yeah, no, that's definitely a moose. Right in the middle of my frame there. So we're hoping this might be the hardest stretch. We're staying close to shore just for safety, and we think the wind will be less through here, but after we can tuck in and get up close to those big cliffs, we might be more blocked. Tough to say. It's actually much more of a headwind than I'd anticipated it would be. Oh my God, that was by far the hardest 2 kilometers of the trip. Just beast paddling, inching along into that wind. But it's looking like these cliffs, not cliffs, but the steep bank is gonna provide some protection from it, at least till we hit the next point. So it's also not the best because you couldn't exactly pull over easily along here, but you get what you get. Well, we are completely sheltered here, but it might only last until we round the next point, unfortunately. Son of a bitch, eh? Look at the wind up there. Well, we're back into this wind now. Waves aren't big, but they don't have time to build. But we're gonna try to battle our way back into shore. Looks like we might be getting some rain here too. This is like a little sheltered cove we're in though, eh?
Yeah, like just around this corner looks really challenging, dude.
Wind's pouring over this hill right here and sort of hitting me, and I'm almost able to sort of ferry with the wind. So I'm just pointing my canoe on an angle, and I'm still battling it a bit, but it's kind of more or less pushing me in the direction I want to go, even though I'm not pointing there. Well, we just made it to the end of the lake, and now we're crossing it, so bit of a tailwind, but it looks like the winds have died down some, so in the end we did pretty good. Well, there's caribou prints back on that beach, and it's really shallow across the whole river here. are officially through the headwater lakes and all the connecting river. So we've just paddled over 100 kilometers of flat water. Now we are coming to a different portion of the trip. After today, there's 11 days left still to make it to the Arctic coast, where we're going to rendezvous with a floatplane in the middle of the Arctic wilderness that's going to fly us back to Yellowknife. But right now we have everything that the Hood River is going to throw at us, starting with a class 5 rapid, then a long rapid today, then long sections of boulders and swifts and fast current where hopefully we can make some good time, but we'll need to stay on our toes. And then a massive waterfall, an 11-kilometer portage among other things, but it's going to be really beautiful. Wow, we're just flying now that we're back in the current. I think that kind of looks like a bear cub print. Yeah. Done the first trip of the portage, and as I was coming over this big esker, I looked at the view and I saw a caribou hanging out on the side of the river. So maybe when we put the canoe in, we'll go see it, which is pretty cool. Oh my God, I have a beast, dude. I'm gonna need the net. This one's huge. It's a good size, dude. Fishing's better here than in the lake. Woo! Nice one. Goodbye, bud. Yeah! Woo! First near the put-in where I just caught that tank, and there's a little tributary rolling in. Ted noticed like 8 to 10 lake trout just basically in this little estuary from this creek, just sitting there chilling. Smaller size one, but like I've never seen anything quite like that before with lake trout. It's unbelievable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lake trout just all in here. So this little spot is loaded at the likes of something me and Ted have pretty much never seen. Trout I caught was, I don't know, probably 12 pounds, maybe more, but we're leaving. Such awesome habitat here for the fish. We were considering camping at the end of that portage trail, but it's the kind of place where if we got a big hammering of rain, we might get flooded. So we decided against it, and we're gonna continue on to the next set of rapids, and we'll probably camp there if there's a half decent spot. That was really cool. Just got to have a really good look at two healthy bull caribous, both with big racks and velvet still, of course. They're almost a little curious, a little spooky. They're sort of running back and forth, but I saw one, it ran away, and I thought, okay, I put my camera away. That was pretty awesome. I turned back, it's running back along the sandbar with another one. So there's two of them running past me. Pretty cool. Wow, I think this is probably the rapid coming up. Black Rock Rapid. Named after a hedge fund, just kidding. Apparently there's a huge black rock in it. I think we're gonna camp here. So far from up here, it looks pretty good. We have enough food, so we didn't keep a fish today, even though we caught some nice ones. And that'll just speed us up with getting to bed. You know, we'll eat some of the food we brought and make our load lighter so we have less to carry around the gigantic portage that's coming up and the other small ones to get there. Well, we have gotten to camp late once again, but who cares? It was fixing to rain, but Ted put on his raincoat so it would stop, which worked. And we're camped pretty close to the water, which is convenient. However, we're worried that we might get flooded out here. Some of these Arctic rivers, the water level can go up fast because permafrost, which is just essentially ice underneath the dirt, prevents the surface layer of dirt from soaking up very much water because it's not very thick. So they take in a lot more runoff than a typical river down south. And but anyways, we've put our stuff further back and decided that if we do flood, we'll just get up and drag our canoe up there. So I think we'll be fine here 9 times out of 10. So I'm gonna make Thanksgiving dinner today. And essentially what Thanksgiving dinner is, it's actually a brilliant and easy way to do a dehydrated meal because, yeah, it's really good. And the only thing you actually have to dehydrate is turkey. So this is canned turkey. Then what you do is you buy craisins, you buy stovetop stuffing, you buy instant mashed potatoes, and you put all that in here, like so. And then you add the turkey to that. I have the cranberries in here. You add the turkey to that and then you eat it. So it's not like, you know, Thanksgiving dinner, all the portions separated on your plate. It's sort of like all in one, but it tastes remarkably like Thanksgiving dinner, which is awesome. And I brought this gravy, turkey gravy. So I think I might just like dump, I've never tried this before, but I think I just might dump some of the powder in and see what happens. Gravy powder to it too. All right, we're gonna let that sit. All right, here we go. That is my Thanksgiving dinner. Maybe it could use a little more water. Nailed it, Ted. Wow. How much caffeine?
Really strong.
Pretty strong.
Yeah, I think I put too much in yours, but mine here. Taste this. Look at your mine. Maybe like
Yours is a little weak. You want to just do a dump back and forth? Here, I'll dump it. Dump it more. One more, one more, one more. Way better. And once again, we've come to the part of the morning where I enjoy my bacon sandwich sans bread. It's like a bacon sandwich with bread, except you don't get all the carbs from the bread. I fit the mess kit in the food barrel. A real milestone of any canoe expedition. Today, we're starting the day off with a long rapid. Starts as like a class 2 boulder dodge and ends in like a pretty intense class 3. Then we have 2 more obstructions today, which might be runnable rapids. We really missed catching a fish for dinner. We ate our freeze-dried and dehydrated meals and we were like, man, I could really get a fish, but we didn't want to take the time. So tonight we're definitely going to do that and supplement our calories again. And then I think some of these portages around the waterfalls, maybe one we could run, one we have to carry, but I think they're going to be incredibly beautiful with eskers and everything. So I'm just really interested in just looking at the scenery that the Hood River here has in store for us. Okay, we are about to run a long boulder strewn rapid. The last part looks like a challenging class 3, but definitely the biggest whitewater challenge of this trip yet. Hopefully you see me down there with the open side of the canoe up. The approach, very long rapid. The hardest part about running the challenging parts is the lining up properly to it. All right, here we go. Just a fun big water run, baby. That was awesome. I can tell I'll have no problems. Never hit a rock.
good. I got the skirt done up. And yeah, a lot bigger. Oh, first cast. Oh, that's one of those red ones. Wow, dude.
Okay, well, on the rapids, super fun, some big waves. Took in a bit of water, but no problem. And then proceeded to land a bunch of beautiful trout. Now we're back on the river. We have some swirly currents here and potentially some class 2s as the river takes a tight bend around this corner.
Could be a 3.
Really? Anyways, yeah, just awesome. Looks like the day's getting nice, some high pressures rolling in. It's not, looks like the heat wave has ended, and as nice as it was to have some warm weather, it's much more tolerable. Gorgeous canyon pouring in here. Very awesome, beautiful, inspiring country here with these huge hills and eskers. And looks like there's a ledge at the end that maybe we should scout, but probably could get by it a hard right. Looks like there might be something pretty interesting at the end that potentially could dump you. I'm gonna try to run it down on the right. Potentially we should be scouting this. Nah, that, oh shit, there's boulders here. Yeah, watch out for that. That was a wicked rapid. Yeah! That was awesome! You know what? Having the low volume upriver is making some of these rapids that would be class 4s downriver runnable. So in the end, maybe it wasn't so bad, but we'll have to see how she goes. I mean, this broad sweeping country is just sensational around here. We made it through a fun little whitewater section, ran a long bouldery rapid that was followed up by a big water class 3, and then picked our way down another one where there's a tight little ledge at the bottom that we had to run. That was fun, and then a couple more. And now we're just cruising in the current a little ways, and we'll get to a mandatory portage, which is a class 5. So this looks like it's going to be really beautiful too. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Not so much looking forward to carrying around it. What? I thought Ted said he saw him. Oh, he said he saw a musk rock. So a musk rock is when you think you see a musk ox, but it turns out it's just a rock. Well, we are just pulling up to a portage around a crazy set of waterfalls. Looks very beautiful. Looks like it's going to be a long portage though, unfortunately. So just going to get her done. I don't know how long it's going to take, but we got 3 of these today. We're looking to do some fishing at the base of the final one. sometimes you see some stuff out here and you don't know where the heck it came from. Looks like that might have been used as like a prospecting stake in mineral exploration. I don't know, but some of these things can be sitting here for a long time and they don't decompose in the Arctic. Here's what the other side of the portage trail looks like. And that was a long portage, solid, I'd say just under a mile on meters, probably 1,300 meters. Anyways, gotta go back for the canoe. No time like the present. Well, this portage turned out to be longer than anticipated for sure, but man, what beautiful sights in the canyon, surrounding hills, eskers and all that kind of stuff. And the day got a little nicer too, but of course when the weather gets good, the mosquitoes and black flies decide to come out too, so you can't win. But man, this has just proven to be an awesome trip, although this portaging has taken us a lot longer than anticipated. So we have 2 more like this today too, and if we can get through them, then we'll be able to catch up with some open river, not too many obstructions and swifter current. But hopefully the other 2 portages are a little shorter and we can get through them and hopefully do a good bit of fishing there at the base of the final one, because it should be an epic fishing hole right where a tributary comes in. We'll see though. Back on the water here, and we're just trying to get through this stretch of river. The length of that one was deceiving how it looked on the map. You have to go way up a big hill, beautiful views, but it took a while. This is awesome though, I'm loving this trip. I'm a little stressed of feeling far behind and some challenges with the low water conditions. And challenges with the canoes, as in Ted's boat being a packed canoe and not, you know, being able to handle as much abuse. Really cool just looking at like what looks like a big mound of snow and ice, and must be just the remnants of an ancient glacier just holding on. You can see where the glacier would have filled up a much larger area, and it just looks like a mound of off-colored dirt or clay almost, because the snow and ice has dust and sand blowing on it, but you can see a tributary pouring into the river off of it. So yeah, it's just a huge hunk of ice up there that never melts, and just I'd say definitely the remnants of what was once a massive glacier. Okay, well, we are on a hiking along this sandy esker that looks really cool. Where the runoff comes, it's just like these canyons and like sand dunes, and looks like something out of like Lawrence of Arabia. But lot of caribou prints, big bull, some fresh, some not so fresh, all along the sand here. And we just pulled over to hike up and check out this big ice mound and see if it is indeed an ice mound and not just some clay or something, or different colored soil, but we think it's the remnants of an ancient glacier. Well, we've climbed up to this thing thinking maybe it was ice, and it's not. It's some sort of like crystallized clay deposit. Well, we thought maybe it was ice. It certainly isn't, but it's still pretty cool. It's like rock hard up here. So yeah, what's happened here is this is just an anomaly, this hunk of more harder packed clay soil. And as the glaciers retreated, it washed all the sand from these eskers, which are deposited by rivers essentially that flowed underneath massive ice sheets. And as all the sand eroded away, this didn't erode away because it's harder packed soil. So this was slowly exposed as a chunk of soil, and you can still almost see like patterns of water have rushed over it. Much of that is rain and wind, of course, now, but yeah, pretty cool. I'm glad we pulled over to check it out, but we better get back to the canoe and get going. Inuit Falls we're approaching right now. This one is like apparently a couple runnable, intense but runnable rapids, but from what I hear from the research I've done on this river, you don't want to run them because they're immediately followed up by a giant waterfall that is just something like 25 meters long. So if you were to dump, you couldn't, you might not get rescued, you might whip over a falls to a sure death, and minimum your canoe would go over and be smashed to bits. So we're probably gonna run them. Just kidding. We're gonna go have a look. Maybe we can line them because it's low water, but probably we're gonna be doing 2 more portages here. Well, we scouted it out, gave it a good scout actually, and we decided we're just gonna run it just because at these water levels it's like just maybe barely a class 3, and the water is not nearly as pushy going up to the falls. There's 2 ledges before the falls, and I don't think if we dumped we'd even get pushed over the second ledge. But still, we are running a rapid right above a 25-meter death waterfall, which always amps things up a little bit. The hardest part to this is going to be turning into it, I think, just the very top. Man, ran that real clean. Perfect run. Had to miss like a big hole there at the top. Was a little trickier than anticipated. Here comes Ted. Coming up, we have a portage around a 25-meter falls, which is huge. My notes say Inuit portage right, falls. The beauty of these 25-meter falls is breathtaking. Just don't go over them. Okay, noted. Well, I finished the portage, put my bags down by the water like we were gonna put in and paddle away, but it was late in the evening and I walked up to look at the falls and found this beautiful flat area. There's some evidence here of Inuit people camping back in the day. Likely this has been a camping area for a very long time, and it is absolutely beautiful. We're camping right by this falls, so I'm gonna catch a fish. I'm too tired to do much fishing because the portaging took longer. It was harder than anticipated as usual, but we were excited we could run those 2 rapids instead of having to portage those. So yeah, anyways, yeah, I'm gonna go take a couple casts, and then we're gonna eat fish, we're gonna eat some dehydrated food, and have a nice evening. Hopefully get to bed before too late. That is a thing of beauty right there. Look at that. But it's a little too big to keep, so I'm gonna let that beauty go. Well, I'm heading back to camp. I think the one Ted caught will be enough. Yeah, they weren't taking my lure this evening, and all I could catch was huge ones. So, but yeah, I mean, you can just stay up having fun. It's like a playground out here. But eventually, with this sun, you know, you don't want to go to sleep, and you got to, or you just get exhausted. And we got a big day tomorrow, so I'm gonna head back up to camp. We'll eat Ted's fish, and we'll have a, you know, dehydrated meal and crawl into bed. So today, Ted's cooking up the trout, and on the menu for old Jim is some Moroccan chickpea stew. So, Moroccan chickpea stew, it's actually a vegetarian dish. Really delicious. But first, we're gonna start with a cup of 5-minute rice. What do you think is a cup? Think that's a cup? No. Now? Maybe. Okay, I think that's about a cup. A little for good luck. You start with some onions, you cut them up, you fry them, you start adding your spices to the onions, a bunch of really interesting spices. You add your chickpeas. Basically, you just simmer it like you would any stew before putting it in the dehydrator, I think at about 140 for about 10 hours or so, and it's really good. Because we had to go so light on this trip, before I left, I went on a dehydrating marathon, and I dehydrated pretty much all my dinners for this trip, you know, which would serve to be a little side for the fish we were hoping to catch, because we went light on calories. So in these videos, because let's be honest, watching old Jim just pour hot water on his food every day might not be the most engaging cooking scene. So I thought, hey, why not film some of what I'm doing back at home, and I can cut back to that as I'm explaining the recipes and how I cook them. And I made pemmican as well, which I've done many times, but it's a big process too. So I must have been going at it hard for like 5 days with 3 dehydrators going and the kitchen oven going. And Tori's like, can I use the oven for anything else? So thanks to Tori for letting me take over the house and the kitchen and prep for this trip. But yeah, this is smelling really good. And Ted is just about to cook up the fish. Are you gonna hit that with some seasoning first? Oh yeah. Well, the fish is done. I'm gonna check in on my Moroccan chickpea stew. Whoa, that's a lot of food. Oh my God. It really expanded. Doesn't that look civilized? That's gonna be on the front cover of Backcountry Food with Jim and Ted. Well, it is about that time, ladies and germs. A couple of big portages today, probably all in just a bit shy of 2 miles of carrying. There's muskox poop right in front of these falls, which is just so cool. Like, as if it couldn't get any more amazingly beautiful. Imagine a herd of muskox grazing right here. Anyways, I'm going to climb in the tent for another well-deserved sleep and try to drag myself out of bed tomorrow morning after, you know, get a good 7 hours and get on with what is hopefully another awesome day. Day 10. Ted and I just basically did our morning routine, climbed out of the tent, breathed in our surroundings, a little bit of drizzle of rain. Looks like we might get some rain today. And took down the tent. I got my cowboy coffee going, and I swapped out some of my barbless trebles for just barbless single hooks. You know, although we love smashing all these fish, when we're not fishing for just what we need for food, this place, we have so much respect for this place and for the fish. They're so beautiful, and for how good the fishing is. You know, we feel like if we just go in there and catch and release a ton of fish, you know, even if we do our best, some of them are going to get injured. More of them are probably going to die if we're using these big treble hooks. This will just make the releasing a lot faster. It'll mean my hooks don't get tangled up in my net in the same kind of way, and it'll just mean that you know, we don't sully this pristine, incredible fishery that me and Ted are just finding that we just have so much respect for. It's just unbelievable. Well, it's that part of the day again. Apple cinnamon today. My second favorite, next to peaches and cream, which is more like a dessert. Let's see how the coffee turned out today. Still a little weak. We have not exactly rushed out of camp here, and that has to do with this being hands down one of the most beautiful campsites I've ever stayed at. But we're gonna get going because I'm sure there's more amazing things to see downriver. We do have a rapid coming up that is gonna be like a challenging and hopefully runnable rapid, but that might not be till tomorrow. There's this other tributary that we kind of wanted to hike up to explore a bit, but now we're thinking, you know, everywhere around seems amazing to hike and just, you know, look over in the next ridge, follow an esker, see if you can see some wildlife. And we're thinking that maybe we just get ahead and hike somewhere else because everywhere is amazing. And we're just gonna get going. Looking forward to seeing what the day holds. Just pushing off from Inuit Falls. I'd say probably the best campsite of the trip yet, and one of the most beautiful spectacles as well. Saw a bull caribou making its way up that esker in the minutes before leaving camp, and it looks like some of the black flies are deciding to come along for the paddle with me today. Overcast today. It looks like we could get rain at any time, so I have my rain jacket at the ready, but it's sort of like variable, or there's patches. I can see rain here, I can see rain here, but it might just miss us. So really cool. Came around the corner and I saw it pretty far away, so I tried to paddle up to it. By the time I got close enough for a shot, it was midway through, swimming through the river, which was awesome. And then it kind of ran along the bank there a little and went up the hill. So pretty neat, got pretty close to it too. Ted was behind me, and I think got some nice shots of it as well. But just awesome just to observe them, watch how they behave, watch their motions. That was a big one with really big rack, big scoops on the top. Their antlers are still growing and they're in velvet right now, which means they have that fuzzy stuff on the antlers. Well, I just pulled over quickly to take a little whiz. I discovered what looks like a total delicious clear water spring just coming right out of the ground here. Check it out. Wow. Tastes amazing. Oh, that tastes like fucking spring water, dude. Ted just noticed that there's a wolf trail with all wolf prints coming right up the spring. Well, that was pretty cool. I just pulled over for a second to just double check that my solar charging cable was still plugged in, and I saw a little trickle before I got off the river, and I thought maybe that's a spring, and I walked up to it, and sure enough, there's just this crystal clear water just pushing right up out of the ground out of a hole that big. And so me and Ted walked up a little bit behind it into, you know, a huge pile of jagged boulders, and we could hear some water running under the boulders, and those boulders just ended at the edge of a steep hill. So that water is just pouring right out of the ground, deep in the ground. So your odds on getting Jardy from that are pretty much next to impossible. And it was really cool because we actually saw an animal trail leading right up to it with wolf prints along there. So feels like,
why would they drink there?
Yeah, it's like, why would the wolves drink there? Maybe other animals drink there, or maybe it's just colder than the river. It is colder than the river. Yeah. So anyways, I filled up my my water bottle, and it's delicious. We have made it to the right river. Oh wow, I see ice up in the hills. Oh, and a huge falls. Wow. Hike up to this epic waterfall here. I think that's the tent rings are right there. Yeah, I think I see another historical Inuit campsite here. Pretty good eater size. Well, Ted and I pulled over there at the right river and took a couple casts, caught a lake trout. Now we're actually heading up onto this little plateau here because we think there might be an old Inuit historical site, some tent rings, oh, who knows. So we're gonna check that out. And we're gonna hike back towards the waterfall for a bit and just check out the river and then push on. But it's already a neat spot, and this waterfall is just unreal. So this is the only thing around here that I think might look like some sort of old tent structure. Definitely has the appearance that it was placed here by someone. Almost looks like petrified wood, but this lichen takes a while to grow there. It's a bone fragment here where a very long time ago somebody smashed open this caribou bone to access the nutritious marrow on the inside of it. Back in the day, the Inuit used to camp in skin tents, and they'd use rocks in a circle around the outside to hold the tent down, much like we use pegs today. And then they'd leave the rocks in that circle, so the next time they got back to that campsite, they'd all be there. And so you can still see those tent rings in a lot of places in the far north. That was super cool. Definitely worth getting out of the canoes and coming in to check it out. Given some more time, we would have liked to have climbed right up onto that ridge and maybe checked out some of the higher drops in that canyon. What you see here is just the beginning, but there's another whole drop. The river just plummets over cascades, and then the final drop here at the waterfall. That's a whitey. That's a whitefish for sure. I saw the fin. There's whiteys in here. I saw the back fin. 100% confirmation. Yeah, grayling. Yeah. Yeah. We were lucky enough to get into some Arctic grayling. Ted's like, those are grayling. Look, look, look. And I wasn't completely sold at first. But now I realized those fish, Ted's got one. Now I realized those fish last night that weren't hitting were grayling. Look at that. We just back in the boat after a stop at the Wright River, caught Arctic grayling, caught lake trout, saw some big whitefish. We didn't keep them because we have a ways to go and it's hot out. So, you know, on this river, we're pretty confident that we could, you know, have good luck catching fish when we get close to camp. So grayling don't keep so well. They're really tasty, but the meat doesn't keep. So if they're sitting out all day, they get kind of mushy. And we got about 3 hours to put behind us. I keep grayling all the time, but if you could get something fresher right from your campsite, I'd prefer to do that and let those beauties swim. So yeah, we're gonna try to bang off 3 hours of paddling. Okay. Yeah, because realistically, we're not going back to the other side at this point.
Right, exactly. Why?
Looks like you could run it down right at that boulder, though.
Maybe.
All right, Ted, I'm gonna go for it. technical class 1 ledge, we'll call that. Ted has opted to line this just because he's got all the solar battery stuff out charging, and to strap it all down would take a long time. Plus it's very bouldery. There's grayling here too, I can see them. Yeah. Dude, there's like 10 grayling just cruising past me. Oh, but the lake trout came in and hammered it. The Lakers are aggressive feeders. I was trying to pick up one of those grayling. Man, it's hard to make distance when there's so much fun stuff to do all the time. Grayling don't like me. Look at the fins on this one, Ted. God damn it, how does anyone ever make it anywhere out here? Oh, see you, buddy. That one had orange fins. If you didn't see it, you have to take my word for it. Okay, now for real, we gotta paddle far and hard. So hard to pass up an epic spot, but at the end of the day, you know, sure, we could have taken more time, I suppose, but how much longer do I want to be away from my family? And whatever the case is, there's never enough time to do everything. You know, we're already doing this river in, 2-3 days less than we could if we pushed, if not more. Coming through a little S-bend here at a pinch point. We got a bit of a swift. We are just about to head into a section of river that increases and goes into a series of swifts and class 1 rapids. But as you can see, the river now has got quite a lot more volume than it did when we started. And some of these rapids that look like they'd be sort of like, flat, consistent whitewater runs will be like shallow, nothing, and then right at the end there'll be a ledge which will be a class 2. So actually, potentially, it's making them shorter but more advanced. So with any luck though, we should make some good time going through here because it's looking like the current's going to pick up a good bit. I wouldn't mind picking up another grayling at some point though. Yeah. Right. Right. Looks like far side on the other side. Yeah, it's a laker. It's a little too small though. Ted kept a grayling, and I was hoping to keep a grayling, have a grayling dinner tonight, but I'm only catching lake trout. The lake trout love me. I caught the one grayling, maybe I should have kept it, but anyways. We're gonna try to bang off like another 5 or 6K here. And that way, today and tomorrow we can get ahead. That means the day when we have the portage the following day, we won't need to make it quite as far and it'll all even out. Well, this looks like a decent enough place to camp. Beautiful stretch of river, canyons, but you know, not very many camping sites, and this is flat. It's kind of in the floodplain, but as long as it doesn't hammer rain endlessly, I think we'll be fine. Well, we just got to camp and decided to camp sort of on this beach here. And I'm just swapping out of my water shoes and putting on my boots and dry socks, which always feel nice. And so I was busy doing that, and then I quickly looked down to see this. We're just realizing that this river, just when it couldn't get more magical, also just has tank-size Arctic grayling in it. I just went out and checked out the fish Ted caught. He's gonna clean them up. I'm gonna set up the tent, but like huge. And he said he let the first one go because it was even bigger. Mine was not small. So just when we thought things couldn't get even more magical, there's just beautiful, shimmering, iridescent tank grayling to be caught here as well. So looking forward to changing up, having a little bit of a different type of fish, and we can kind of compare which one we like better. But sun's still above the horizon, but it is a late one. So I'm gonna try to speed things up here and get into bed quick. But you know what? I've just come to accept that we're on a bit of a later schedule here, and that's fine. I'm having a blast. So anyways, time to get the tent up. There for 2 weeks, right? All right, so today we're doing dehydrated Thanksgiving dinner. I've brought multiple meals of each dehydrated meal that I brought out here. And the one I haven't got into is my dehydrated habitant pea soup and my dehydrated pasta meat sauce, spaghetti meat sauce, but I'd actually have to cook the spaghetti because I didn't like make the spaghetti then dehydrate it. So it's like 2 steps and I'm just like too lazy. So I'm gonna do this, which is arguably one of my favorite dehydrated meals. And I talked about it a bit before, but essentially you buy stovetop stuffing, instant mashed potatoes, and craisins, and those are already all dehydrated. Then the only thing you have to dehydrate yourself is the turkey. And you can just buy like canned turkey, and that dehydrates a lot better. Add it all together, let it sit for 15 minutes. I dump a little bit of the turkey gravy powder in there too, and it just tastes exactly like Thanksgiving dinner. Maybe not as good, for let's be honest, but yeah, incredible. And it's a super easy one to make. Hotty see, hotty hot, hotty see you so warm and so snuggly and chocolatey. Hotty see, hotty hot, hotty see. We have Thanksgiving dinner. An Arctic grayling. Dehydrated food. Prime. Good. Arctic grayling's Latin name is Thymelius arcticus. And Thymelius is the Latin word for thyme. The herb, which is used as seasoning, and it's named that because of the scent of thyme that its flesh has. You kind of taste a bit of thyme type flavor in them. Look at that. When you cook it up like this, whole, nothing is wasted. So right before bed, let's just take a cast. Maybe I'll catch a grayling, maybe a big grayling. And you know, I think it was 2 casts in, and just wham, my line was being pulled out. Something, I knew I had something big, but then I saw this big splash in the water. And as soon as I saw that, I'm like, okay, this is something special. Dude, what the this line is frayed too. Oh my God, dude. And then it screamed, it ran my spool down, it ran a bunch of line out, went down river. And I basically had to run along shore to kind of catch up to it as I was reeling, or it would have, you know, broken me off on some rocks or headed down this rapid that's down river, and I would have lost it. Holy, that's a pretty big fish.
Dude, that's probably the one that ate the grayling head, you know? Oh my God, it's enormous. Oh my God.
Got it. It'll be fine. Yeah, there's the, looks like the grayling head in there. Oh. Woo!
Wow.
Yeah, baby.
Wow, dude, nice fish. Yeah! Woo! Yeah!
Unbelievable, dude.
What a fish!
Holy.
Oh my God!
Wow. I wasn't really even prepared for this to happen at that moment, and I basically had to kind of jump in and grab it and land it with both hands, and managed to get the hook out, clean hook. So held it up, you know, got some pictures and got some video of it, and Ted was there and witnessed it, and good release, a lot of pep with the fish going back in the water, so that makes us feel really good. But wow, what a privilege to be able to tangle with fish like that, just casting from shore like this. You know, we're gonna give it an honest 20 pounds for sure, but who knows, might be more. Just a tank. Words cannot describe how special it is and how amazing this trip is, to be out here like this. Just incredible. And tomorrow should be another awesome day too. So I'm gonna get to bed and get back at it tomorrow. There's a lot of exciting stuff in store for tomorrow. So I think we're gonna start seeing some muskox, maybe some Arctic wolves as well. Good chance we see muskox tomorrow, and run some fun rapids, try to make some distance, but yeah, it should be pretty special. So Looking forward to getting into her and to having a nice sleep. Well, here we are on day 11 of this trip and just having a delicious coffee. Have you tasted the coffee this morning, Ted? It's perfect. These are Barren grounds caribou, and Barren grounds caribou have the largest migration of any terrestrial animal on the face of the planet. Nothing in Africa or anywhere travels even remotely the distances that caribous do. So these caribou would be part of the Bathurst herd right now, but unfortunately caribou numbers have been falling off across almost all of the north for a long time now, with a couple of herds, small herds that are doing okay or even growing. I think maybe the blue nose herd might be, but overall whatever's happening to caribou, we don't know. If there's no more caribou, then there's no reason to not develop these areas, and people are talking about connecting the diamond mines in the Northwest Territories when they close all the way to the Arctic coast and building a road right across the Barren Grounds. There'd be a road or a ferry right across the Hood River, that means, and it would completely destroy the wilderness status of this entire area. You wouldn't be catching fish like that from shore for very much longer after the road was in there, and it might be the nail in the coffin for these beautiful caribou and these beautiful wild areas. So personally don't want to see a road across the Arctic barren lands. I'd probably cry if that was to happen. Okay, here we go on the water. Day 11, and today is going to be characterized by many small, hopefully manageable rapids, swift current, boulder dodging, and we're going to try to do 30 plus K today. We shouldn't have a portage, but we might have some technical boulder strewing ledges to deal with. It looks like some rain in the distance, but none in the Garmin positional forecast, and then tomorrow is supposed to be rainy, so we're going to soak it up today, try to get as many batteries charged up as we can with the solar. Like if that was higher water, the whole thing might have just been a swift, so it might make like shorter sections harder, but everything overall easier, you know? Wow, this is really beautiful. Paddling along the base of this big sand bluff, and it looks like we have a rapid right as this bluff comes to an end. Looks like there's a big hole down there. I see a line. I'm just gonna bomb this hole. There's a whitewater tip for you. Zigzag across the rapid, paddling full speed forward. It works, okay? It works. Might not be pretty, but you'll get the job done. Got a little note on this part of the river. It says series of grade 2 stretches. So grade 2s are big enough to dump, pin your boat, wrap it around a boulder and crush it. but they're not super challenging typically, but you got to be careful. And it says special care needs to be taken at kilometer 170 and 172, which is where we are, where some of the maneuvering becomes more technical and the waves become a great deal larger. So that's what we're heading into right now. And I'm essentially just gonna pick my way down river. Hopefully if anything gets too intense, there'll be time to pull over quickly and line or scout and run. Looks pretty rugged and beautiful stretch of river though. There's a tributary here, so we might take a couple of casts at the mouth, see if we can't catch us a fish. Maybe another 25-pound Leviathan, who knows? Keep.
That's a beauty. Yeah.
It's hard to see, but you can see snow in the mountains here. A couple patches. All this paddling has made me come off a wee bit peckish. So a lot of the time the stuff I bring for lunch are things you can eat quickly while you're on the move. Definitely should always be a no cook affair. So I have a couple of these Built bars, which I already ate. Then I have beef jerky here. Actually, it's not beef jerky, it's venison jerky. Then I have pemmican, and pemmican is something I make often. It was eaten heavily in the fur trade era by indigenous people before that. And it's equal parts rendered animal fat, crushed pulverized berries, and crushed pulverized meat. I didn't budget as much trail mix today because I have the beef jerky, but typically 1 cup of trail mix has about 800 calories, especially if you add some things. So I actually add small milk duds and more cashews to them, and that probably bumps this up to 850, 900 calories per cup. You got the pemmican, beef jerky, the bars, and the trail mix. So that's how we do lunch. Hey Ted, look on top of this big rock here. Anyways, Ted and I just came down a stretch of river and I looked over and saw this huge boulder left there by the glaciers, and on top of it are some interesting things. They don't look like rocks, maybe antlers, maybe something that a person placed on top of it, maybe remnants of some sort of eagle's nest, we don't know, but I think I'm gonna climb out and go have a look. Well, it was quite the climb. It looks definitely like an old Inuit site of some sort. Look at this. So these flat rocks placed up here. Look at the view of the surrounding country. I think the caribou migration came along the side of the river here, and they just used this as a stone blind and hid in here. And with the caribou migration trails, Some of those can last a long time, and it looked like, at least at one time, large amounts of caribou moved along this side of the river. But anyways, I decided to come up here, climb up here and check it out and see what it is, because I thought it might be some sort of Inuit historical site, and it turns out, well, it's absolutely gotta be. All these rocks are just flat rocks in a circle. There's an entranceway marked with a rose quartzite cross in it. A lot of these rocks have been broken to make flat. A lot of them have tool marks in them where it looks like caribou meat or something was cut up on them. They're placed in a circle. So I think that this was a blind, and that people would hide up here with these rocks standing up to block them from the migrating caribou who would move this way, and then they would spear them and arrow them as the caribou moved around this rock. But I might be wrong, it might be something else, but I've never seen anything quite like this with the rocks before. But it's definitely something left by people a very long time ago. So I'm really glad I pulled over to check it out. This is just so awesome. Back in the boat after checking out this giant monolithic boulder that had evidence of a very old stone blind on top, and evidence of the caribou migration moving right through here. All the old trails, you can still see them. They could be there for a very, very long time. So, and I'd say definitely like signs of the cutting on top of the rocks too, eh? What you noted about the lichen might be a good way to get that dialed in, you know? It is right here on the 23rd of September, 1821, that John Franklin's first overland expedition probably crossed the Hood River to continue what was a starvation expedition heading south back to Fort Reliance on Great Slave. And multiple people died, including Robert Hood, who was likely cannibalized, and that's what the Hood River's named after. Ominous. So fortunately, we're having a much better trip than Franklin and his men on his first overland expedition of 1821. Still time for everything to go downhill though, I guess, knock on wood. But yeah, certainly seems a lot more beautiful right now. a tricky one because too far left there's this huge ledge with a huge hole, but the whole river was kind of trying to push you right into it, right over it, I should say.
Wolf! You see it? You saw it.
That was pretty cool. Paddling along and I just see this big, beautiful Arctic wolf just trotting up high on the bank. And it's just trotting, kind of looking at me. It saw me before I saw it. And when it saw probably what I was, it veered off. And I told Ted, who's behind me, but he didn't see it. So Ted said, well, let's jump out and go look. And Ted walked up and actually managed to get a little footage of it staring at him and then running away. So really neat, an Arctic wolf sighting. That's pretty special. We're gonna camp here. I think we made it like 30, 35 maybe. We weren't exactly beast paddling all day either. Okay, so today I got a fish. It's pretty small. I'm gonna rehydrate some pea soup. This is habitant pea soup, which is like it comes in like a can about this big around and about this big. So it's a good hearty portion of soup. And it's actually a Canadian company out of Montreal. Pea soup is like, for sure, French Canadians know how to do it right. And also pea soup, or some version of pea soup type thing, was also eaten a lot by the voyageurs back in the fur trade era. Basically all I do is I just open the can and I just pour it onto a piece of parchment paper that's on a cookie sheet, and then I just pop that in the oven and on the middle rack and keep it on low for a few hours, or just put it in the dehydrator, put it at about 140 degrees Fahrenheit in the dehydrator, and it looks like this afterwards. So all all the moisture out of it, and we're just gonna basically add that back. Let's see how the habitant pea soup is turning out. That's a lot of pea soup. Use a bit more. It's a little crunchy. Little Teddy Teddaroo is gonna be cooking the fish. I seasoned it up. I used that salmon seasoning, which is I think our new favorite. My fish is perfect, Ted. Maybe a little, like this back part, a little done, but overdone, like you said, but it's really delicious.
It's hard when it's thick to get, you know?
Okay, so it is the end of day 11, double bars, lucky number 11. 11 from that movie Stranger Things with special powers. It was a pretty cool day. Whitewater challenges, nothing like super crazy, but believe me, everything is amped up a lot when you're out here because of the remoteness of it, and a lot of people just to be safe will give rapids another grade higher. So class 2 will be, they'll call class 3 because they'll take that extreme remoteness into consideration. You know, you think about it, if we smash a hole in our canoe, dump, crush it around the boulder, lose it with all our gear, like we're pretty screwed out here. You know, we might not die, but it's a major issue trying to get rescued and all that kind of stuff. But we ended up paddling about 34 kilometers today in all, which is good little chunk for sure. Tomorrow we're going to try to do the same, but we do have a portage tomorrow that's going to slow us down too. We pushed on into the evening. It's probably about midnight right now. And we're going to climb into bed. Of course, it never gets dark here, so your schedule doesn't matter that much. All right, well, I'm going to go ditch this food barrel and go to bed because I'm exhausted. I should have been a cowboy. I should have learned to rope and ride. Carrying my 6-shooter, riding my pony on a cattle drive. Stealing a young girl's heart, just like Gene and Roy, singing those campfire songs. I should have been a cowboy. Do, 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 do.
Is that you strumming the guitar?
No, that's when I do the metal. Yeah. When I do the metal, I implement that strumming guitar, but it doesn't really go with that song. But I found that the coffee grinds don't fall as fast as when you sing a cowboy song. Like if I was to yodel, it probably would work right away. So if you want cowboy coffee to work better, work on your yodeling. So when you spin it as you yodel, back to my old ways, stirring with my cold steel SRKC. I've been stirring with my spoon just because I'm slowing down a little in my older days and not doing the crazy things I once did. But you know, sometimes it's good to relive the past, and that's why I'm stirring with this high-end outdoorsman's knife. Well, we did 2 coffees today, but I let mine sit for a while and it got a little cold, so I'm just gonna give it a little warm up there. No grinds today. Okay, wait a minute. Three grinds. And that's because of the air guitaring, spinning, but mostly because of the cowboy song that I sang. This coffee is fucking delicious, eh? So I let it sit longer, so then I just heated it up on the stove. That's one good thing about having a little metal coffee mug. All right, so this is my mess kit that I bring out here. We got this pan here, and that's kind of like a hex-clad bottom to it. So it's a non-stick, but it's got this sort of mesh over top, which means like it doesn't scrape up the Teflon, which is, you know, it lasts, the no stick properties last longer, but it's also less likely to get like a bunch of Teflon into your food. And then I got this pot. I usually bring 2. I usually bring a big one and a little one, but to go lighter, we brought this good size stainless steel pot with a bail arm, which to me is key. I wouldn't even buy a pot without a bail arm if I had the choice. And then this pot also comes with this pot lid here. And this pot lid is amazing because it fits on tightly, so if you're boiling on the fire and it falls off, the lid won't pop off, and it'll contain the water in there too. It can also just be flipped upside down like that, so it's easier to take on and off than when you have to push it on. And this pot also comes with a pot gripper, so this itself can be used as a bowl. It can be used as a frying pan as well. There's even a little thing here that you can grab onto like that, and you can even pinch it like this between the two and use it like this to strain pasta. So really well thought out product. Their pots like this are very hard to find. I didn't bring a spatula, so I just brought a pair of tongs. I can kind of use my knife as a spatula, so a small pair of tongs. And then 2 stainless steel sporks, one for me, one for Ted. Ted actually brought one as well, this plastic one, so we brought an extra one. But some plastic ones snap, this one doesn't. And the good thing about this one is that the end of the spoon is flat, so you can scrape like this. You scrape your food or scrape off your plates or your pan when you're cleaning, which is super helpful. I brought a small little scrub brush like that, and then 2 stainless steel plates. These are Army surplus style. Again, these can, work as bowls. They're deep. You could even boil water in these. You could also use these as a frying pan if you had to. So I really like that. And then I brought my mug here with folding handles. Again, metal. So, you look at that and what do you notice? Pretty much everything is all metal. I like to have metal, it's heavier. Titanium would be lighter. Oftentimes titanium is made really thinly, so it's ultra light. I'd like to see the same thickness of pot as you see here made in titanium, so you could use it to just dig a hole or pitch rocks or stuff like that, but it would still be a lot lighter than that, which is awesome. A lot of mess kit stuff is going the plastic way for people not cooking over fires, but if you really want something versatile that's going to help you in a pinch, I would go with either stainless steel or titanium for sure. Okay, well, we are back on the water today. Got a strong wind, but it's looking like it's a tailwind. Turns out that yesterday, when we did a little bit of a closer inspection on the map, paddled nearly 40 kilometers, and we pushed late into the evening, so we're getting much later start today than typically, but we're caught up and then some. So we still got to make it 21 kilometers a day on average, not counting the 2 days we've allotted portage Wilberforce Falls. So that's pretty good. So we're feeling pretty good about the time we have out here. Well, me and Ted have a hankering that there's some muskox on top of this plateau here, and we also see snow. So we're going to check out the snow, and then we're going to check out to see if there's muskox up there, because we want to see a muskox. We want to see muskox in, but even just one muskox would be good. So far, all we've seen is musk rocks, which is a rock that at first we think is a muskox, but turns out to be a large rock.
It's clay. Just kidding.
Snowdrift, I think, eh?
I feel like it's kind of snow now, but like,
Think it ever melts fully?
I feel like it must have been ice packed down. Like if it was just snowdrift, it would have like.
Tastes like distilled water. Unfortunately, it appears that there's nary a muskox to be seen on this plateau, but pretty cool little hike up here and a nice view. The Canadian North is somewhere that really gets into your blood. The north and the far north, which is essentially the Arctic, and it's somewhere where if you go, you always will want to return, especially when you're doing stuff like this. The people, the culture, the rivers, the wilderness, the wildlife is just unsurpassed by almost anything else in the world. And the wilderness we have here, just these large rivers that flow for hundreds of kilometers without one bridge crossing them. It's an anomaly for the world, and it exists largely because there's only a short window in these places where they're not inhospitable, as in, you know, -40 ripping winds and pitch black in the winter. Because of that, because of how wild this is and how large the expanse of wilderness is, it really is a globally significant wilderness area. But a lot of these areas are still threatened. The caribou herds, the Beverly herd has pretty much disappeared, extinct. You know, there are other threats of development all the time. So I don't know how much longer the Arctic wilderness of the mainland Barren Grounds is going to remain in this state of wilderness. I hope it will forever, but I feel really privileged and lucky to be able to experience it in its natural state. Like these areas where John Franklin in 1821 crossed that rapid, it would have looked the exact same, almost the exact same, maybe a little more erosion on the bluffs here or there, but almost identical. Whereas you take somewhere like Yellowknife Falls when Lewis and Clark were there, it was a broad expanse of wilderness, and now that area is absolutely, you know, packed with big box stores and highways and McDonald's, things stacked upon corporate America logos and signs and parking lots as far as the eye can see. Well, we just think we saw a golden eagle, and at first I thought it was a bald eagle, an immature bald, so I didn't pull out my camera fast enough, and then when I did, it was like kind of too far to get a conclusive shot, but almost positive we just saw a golden eagle. Bald eagles don't mature till they're 5, and they're not fully out of their immature color phase until they're 5, and their immature color phase can be mistaken for golden eagles a lot, but I think in this case this is like a legit golden eagle, which honestly I've mistaken immature balds for goldens, gone back, looked at photos, looked at pictures, talked to birders who've told me no, you're wrong, and you know, they're right. So this might be the first golden eagle I've ever seen in my life, which is pretty cool. Well, Ted and I have decided that today is day 12. We may have gotten mixed up there somehow. We were having too much fun, but we got the dates dialed in. So 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 19. We have 8 days left, counting today for this trip. Just saw a big, beautiful bull caribou, probably the biggest and healthiest looking bull we've seen. There's a tinge of forest fire smoke in the air. Seems to be blowing here with this west wind, so maybe to the southwest of us, or far to the west where the tree line comes up further north. There's a fire. It could be extremely far distance away. Because we are very far away from the closest tree at this point, that's for sure. And the wee birdie sang, and the wildflowers bloom, and in sunshine the waters are sleeping. But the broken-hearted kens thou shalt second spring again, though the wave fill will cease ere the greeting. Oh, you tack the high road, and I'll tack the low road, and I'll be in Scotland for you. For me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. What I think about that song is I really like it because it puts a perspective. It's sad, but it puts a perspective on life. You know, we're sad, oh, my kids are gonna grow up without a father if I die, or, you know, these people are gonna be sad because they're gonna miss me. But he's just reflecting on his own personal joys that he's never going to get to do again. And I think that's sort of something that we've lost touch with in our own mental health, about how we think about life. And we can kind of reflect on a time when, even though there's wars and battles and all these things, depression was, you know, essentially unheard of. And I can kind of reflect and get in the headspace of the person who sung that song and understand their thinking. And it was that I'm not going to be able to do all these amazing things in life anymore, and that's what makes him sad. Looks like there might be like a ledge on the left. Yeah, some boulders.
Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Yeah, this is it. Go! Yeah, this is it. Let's go! This is it.
Woo, woo, woo. Dad! Holy sh**. Where the hell did that one come from? Not even a marked rapid through here. All of a sudden, I'm getting pushed into a near class 3 with a huge ledge and boulders along the right. Where if I went into that hole, I might have dumped. I probably would have been okay, but I had to paddle hard and then straighten out right before I went sideways into it.
Take me home. Don't let go. Take me home. I'm holding on to you.
Some fun waves on that one. Pretty big wave there. That was awesome. Lots of little rapids through this section to keep the current going, but when they're not so big that you can't just scout from the boat, it doesn't really take up too much of your time. There's a big rapid coming up that, you know, is really scary in high water. It's apparently a class 5 and boulders and super tricky but runnable in lower water. So it's something where you really have to get out of the boat and carefully scout it out. Now, when I'm approaching these, I can see the end of the rapid. I can see that there's nothing dangerous, but Ted's reminding me to be careful and not get swept into that dangerous rapid, because from where he is, he can't see the safety beyond this, you know, beyond the white horses here and these standing waves. But to me, I already know it's no big deal, but it's good to be cautious for sure. And always stay on your toes, looking at what's coming around the corner on these stretches of pushy river with lots of whitewater. Well, the fishing seems to have slowed down through this stretch, and I wonder if just the warm temperature has caught up with the fish and they've retreated to select deeper holes and springs in the river, or maybe just in general this stretch is shallower with pushy current and not as many nice places for the fish to hold up. Either way, there will be Arctic char in the river once we get past Wilberforce Falls, so.
Look at the waterfall. See way up there?
Well, we ended up pushing on a bit so we could get to this crazy rapid that I don't think we're gonna run today, but we figured it might be run it might be portage it. So we thought, well, if we camp here, that way we can just pack up and do the portage in the morning without without having to load our boats, paddle, unload our boats and go. So we'd save a lot of time. Anyways, this is home for the night. Pushed pretty late into the evening, but man, it was super beautiful the last few clicks. Paddled past this stretch of cliffs and really tranquil and just really inspiring country. So anyways, looking forward to getting some food in me and getting a good night's sleep and all that. So yeah, happy to be at camp. Okay, well, Ted and I have decided to get crazy, and we are gonna have pancakes for dinner tonight with my very own homemade maple syrup, Magneto One maple. Oh my God, it's shockingly delicious. Basically, I'm just gonna mix up pancake mix and fry it up, so it should be delicious. Give us some good carbs to go to bed after stuffing ourselves with carbs, probably wind up with Alzheimer's. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Bam!
Nice.
That's how we do it. Look at that. Bam, 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 boy. Around this time of the evening, I like to act like an idiot.
Pancakes for dinner.
Pancakes for dinner.
We're having
pancakes for dinner. Do, 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 do.
So if you want to come, we are opening an IHOP right here. For the hordes of traffic that'll come in through the front door, just foot traffic.
Yum! Yes! About to get into this. Get heavy. Tori spearheads the maple syrup operation at our house, her husband. We tapped like 34, 35 trees, and we just love being outside at that time of year, the early spring. And we boil it all down on just our barrel stove that we made. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of the fried in lard, but good. How far did we go today, Ted? 30 clicks? Maybe like 25. Saw a golden eagle, saw a ptarmigan and 2 little babies, a caribou, and then we saw 2 caribou right before getting here. Ran some exciting rapids, including one that kind of caught us by surprise and turned out to be pretty raging. And just paddled through some beautiful country. It was warm today. We were supposed to get rain and we just didn't and missed us. It was another warm day. And there's forest fire smoke in the sky from some distant forest fire, because, you know, here we're hundreds of kilometers from the closest tree. Didn't catch a fish today, first day of the trip, where we didn't catch anything. But also we didn't really try, and we think this section of the river just isn't the best for fishing, and maybe the warm temperature. But all in, you know, an easier day than the ones that took a lot of portaging, and we made it a good distance, so that's great. Tomorrow we're gonna go to Wilberforce Falls and see just like a waterfall that's gonna blow away all these other waterfalls, so that's really exciting. It's a good little push. We have an intense rapid to start the day off with, and then big wave trains and all kinds of whitewater fun / scary, whatever way you want to look at it, to get there. And so we'll get there tomorrow night, and then the following morning we're going to begin the big portage. Yeah, it's going to be a big moment for me when I see Wilberforce Falls. Really hope it doesn't suck. Okay, well, Ted and I had pancakes for dinner, coffee and pancakes for dinner, which gave us a little bit of energy. And it's probably like 1 a.m. or something like that right now.
Not quite, it's like 12:40.
12:30, 12:40. Anyways, we decided to go on a long walk way down and scouted out this rapid. Terrified ourselves, imagining running it. So that's going to be the first thing tomorrow. We're going to bomb some big waves, eddy out, probably portage the last part. I might try running part of it, although there's a good chance I dump, which I don't really feel like doing, like dumping. So, you know, but it's pretty intense with irregular waves, but just beautiful, all the rocks and little canyon there, super cool. So I'm just going to try to enjoy it and soak it all in while we can. Anyways, nighty night, and we'll see you in the morning. Good morning, everybody. It is day 13 of our adventure down the Hood River here in the Canadian territory of Nunavut. And I had a great sleep last night. Could have been longer, but got in 7 hours, which is good. We're on a later schedule. It doesn't really matter because of the long days, but we get to camp late and then we want to get up, and there's just too many things to do. We need to, you know, get on the river and travel and make a certain distance every day, and there's just too many fun things to do, to stop, fish, explore, little side hikes, all these kinds of things that we don't want to waste it sleeping. When you're out here getting this exercise and fresh air, you get some good sleeps, that's for sure. Anyways, today is starting off with a rapid. Ted and I walked down to the base of it last night and scouted it out. And before we even get to the big final drop, we have to run the top of the rapid, which is gonna be pretty good anyways. And then we're gonna paddle a solid 30 kilometers today and make it to massive Wilberforce Falls, where we'll camp and probably, because it's so cool, explore it a little bit tonight before starting our portage first thing tomorrow morning. And other than that, yeah, we got to make our distance and soak in the beauty of it all along the way and check out what is the pièce de résistance of the Hood River, Wilberforce Falls. Another oatmeal scene. What you've all been waiting for. This is going to be the thumbnail.
Would you want to live forever if you could just like take a pill and it would like restart your cellular, you know, regeneration process, and you just
I think I would do that, but I wouldn't
sort
just
of
like
just stay in your prime. But you could get hit by a bus, or if you stopped taking it, you would just age normally. But then the problem is, if you decided it was that time, like at the time, if you guys still had family that was doing it, to be like, why have you stopped taking the pill, Daddy? Why? And then you kind of feel like you would be like offing yourself, right? And in a way, it's sort of like you would. Like,
right.
It's complicated. It's not as simple.
The reason they're trying to make those pills has a lot to do with like future space travel. You have to live a long time to like get to another galaxy or something.
Like yeah.
Ted and I are just taking another look at this rapid. The first parts are pretty straightforward, but we don't want to get swept into the end of it. So we're trying to eddy out, which is essentially just quickly getting our canoe into a back eddy where we can portage from, because we don't want to get swept into the, you know, the boulders and the class 4 at the end there. So we're just taking another look, but we should be all right. Always better to take a look. You know, people that don't understand about whitewater canoeing, sometimes the rapids, they might not look so intense from shore or even when you're paddling them, but they sure as hell feel that way. And a lot of the concern in a canoe is not tipping, it's swamping, because a canoe will fill up with water if you hit huge waves. So there's two things you have to try to avoid, and that's filling up as well as tipping. Okay, so we've decided not to run the final drop because honestly, if the water level was a bit higher, it would have been doable, and I probably could do it, but it's just really like not necessary either. So we're gonna run the first part of the rapid and eddy out before the big drop, but there's a headwind today, and when you're paddling rapids in a headwind, the current goes one way. It almost destroys your ability to go faster or slower than the current, and control in whitewater comes from either going faster or slower than the current. So that always makes things a little more challenging, but anyways, I think we'll be okay. Beautiful, like kind of canyon sort of feel here with this rapid too. Yeah, perfect takeout. Smart thing to do. Not the most fun thing to do if all was to go well.
And it's a little cooler today. We're supposed to get some rain. Jim has a in-reach device that actually tells the weather, and it says 100% chance of rain around 4 o'clock. So it looks like we're not gonna skate missing the rain today.
I haven't caught anything on this number 5 spinner yet, eh? Maybe they don't like red. Water feels warm, eh?
So yeah, we're in a spot right now, and where the fishing should be awesome. Well, you caught 2 though, eh, Ted? Ted caught 2. A grayling. Did you keep them? No. Yeah. So we're thinking like the water just to the touch feels warm, and warmer than it did before. Oh, that's a snag. God damn it. And so like all this like unseasonably hot weather day after day might have raised the water temperature so much to the point where, you know, the trout and these cold water species that aren't used to that need to find and seek out deeper holes and springs coming in that are colder. So they need the cold water, because when the water warms, it just doesn't have the oxygen levels in it anymore. And you know, multiple days in a row in a relatively shallow river can just, it seems to shut the fish down, even though we're here in the Arctic. So I mean, that just makes, you know, food sources harder to rely on when we have these like unpredictable weather patterns it seems like we've been having, and the warming trend as well. So, you know, me and Ted need to catch fish to eat, which I think we'll still be able to do, but it's just not going to be as easy as it was at all. We might have to work harder for it, and, you know, a couple spots we tried, there weren't any fish at all, or at least one spot. So, you know, some of the tributaries, they might be coming from small lakes. They might actually be bringing in warmer water as opposed to colder water like you would typically find with a tributary to a mountain river that's coming from the alpine, from a glacier even. So anyways, yeah, it just it seems like the fishing has fallen off here a bit.
Come alive, revival. You're
just mostly some class 2 wave trains, but the waves aren't as big, but at the very low water we have, they're more technical and more bouldery, although not as pushy. So when the water's lower, usually the current's not as strong, so you do have more time to dodge them, but overall they can be shorter but harder sometimes than just a straight up class 2 fun big wave train. And more damaging to your canoe too. I tanked a rock coming down that wave like right underneath my feet. This looked pretty intense. Okay, well, I just pulled over and got a rock. Look at that big rock, and put it right in the bow of my canoe on top of my spray deck, because there's such a strong headwind and I'm a little bit stern heavy, so the wind keeps trying to weather vane me and spin me backwards. So by weighting my bow down more, that'll happen less, and even the wind might actually point me straight into it when I'm trimmed bow heavy. Well, the rain is coming down pretty heavily here in the Arctic Barren land. Seems like it's going to keep up for quite some time. There's only so much you can really do to stay dry. Lots of rapids. I just pulled over to scarf some lunch and head upriver. I don't know, swapping out some batteries or something. But it seems kind of like this is just how it's going to be. We have some big waves to crash over. Some rapids that are, you know, varying difficulty, but nothing too crazy, and a lot of wet weather. And we're just gonna keep going on like this for a long time. We're probably gonna have to push fairly late into the evening again. Just hopefully we don't catch a chill. So, you know, if we start to get cold, there's no opportunity to light a warming fire here because there's no trees. So you just pull over and you set up your tent, you swap out your clothes, dry them out on a clothesline in the wind the next day. It's the only way you can really dry things. So sun and wind. But anyways, it's beautiful. Stretches of canyonous country, big sloping hills scattered with boulders as usual. The mist is covering the hills, sort of leaving a silhouette in the distance, and we're on a big bending, winding stretch of river, so it's pretty cool. Well, we are battling some very strong headwinds here. Much worse than this, and we might just pull over, but still manageable, I guess. We're getting spoiled with the nice weather. A little taste of what the Arctic really is like, even in July. going okay. And then we came to a rapid where everything really fanned out. And I didn't know whether to go left or right. I've usually been going ahead to just try to pick the route with the least rocks for Ted to safely make it down with the folding canoe. And I just got into a section with current that was really strong and just boulders everywhere. I couldn't miss it. And I smacked one boulder, veered me to the left hard, tried to dump me this way, and then I hit a big boulder sideways, and I basically just jumped out of the boat and then grabbed the canoe and hauled it back up onto shore. So basically it's like, I don't know, it's kind of a shit show. And then I bailed the canoe, and then while I was bailing the canoe, I put my paddle down, and Ted came over to ask me what the hell just happened. And then while he and Ted were talking, my paddle floated away. So that was really stupid. But I guess it happened. So anyways, I found the one paddle. Ted's got 2 extras, or Ted's got 2 total. But it's not my long paddle that I prefer for whitewater, so I'm going to keep my eye open, but good chance I don't find it, unfortunately. And we're running out of water here. That's what you call a front ferry. We have a surprise here. Ted found my paddle. I paddled right past it, and I pulled over to just look around in this area where there's a bunch of shallow boulders and stuff and scout the next rapid, and Ted showed up with this and found it. So it's always good to have a good kind of bright color, right?
Yeah, man. My paddles are black.
Yeah, yeah. Coming in like sheets of mist almost, like heavy mist sheets. It's thick, very wet, but it's not really big droplets. It's kind of weird actually. Really shallow stretch of the river. I probably should have been on the other side of this gravel bar here. I came down, I was already into this, and I yelled back to Ted and said, go the other way. Hopefully he listened. Kind of fun though, but a lot of boulders to dodge. yeah, looks like we made it out of the whitewater section. I have some river notes that say, tie down spray decks tight, huge waves, stay left. Some scary river notes. We are now at the part of the river where things change, and its course changes from traveling east to traveling north to the Arctic Ocean. So this is sort of an interesting point of our trip here. It should also mean that the headwind is going to be blocked as well. So that's nice. I'm wet too. I have my dry suit on, but it wasn't done up when I went for basically a little swim trying to pull my boat ashore. And water got into the legs of it, so my legs and dry suit socks are full of water, so I gotta keep moving or I get cold. Powerful and majestic Wilberforce Falls, and this is an incredible sight. This is a moment that I feel like my life has been building towards for a very long time. It's a dream that I've had probably for about 18 or 20 years to see Wilberforce Falls on the Hood River. It's the most
We are at the beginning of Wilberforce Falls. It was honestly an emotional feeling for me to round the corner and look out and seeing that mist coming up and being like, there we are, Wilberforce Falls, this place that has, you know, intrigued me for a couple of decades at least, that here I am and I'm gonna get a chance to soak it all in. Well, here we are at camp. Ted's snapping, just kidding. And it was by far the worst weather day of the trip. That's not saying much because the weather's been good, but still it was pretty bad. Like really, really strong headwind, borderline untravelable.
Was it this bad?
Not that bad, but still pretty bad. What movie is that from? Tell me in the comments. Yeah, so right now we're getting water onto boil and getting the tent set up. Like I said, I ran up, changed my clothes right away. I'm trying to get my other clothes dried off on these bushes here, but we'll see how well that works. And tomorrow is going to be basically spent all day exploring this area, which is breathtaking, but portaging around this massive falls and canyon.
Dude, I feel like the fish gods gave us those 2 fish I kept. Good, like, size, 1 each, and then didn't want us to have any more, but I let them go, which is fine. But, like, that's what they were for, you know? If we wanted them, they were both like 1
For us
each.
to eat, yeah.
Yeah, 1 each, perfect size.
Right.
Eating, you know?
Yeah, we should have kept
and then
them.
nothing bit after that. It's weird.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Hammer, nothing.
Today, it's pasta. So essentially I just made meat sauce and dehydrated it. So I just used ground beef, chopped up onions, tomato sauce. I think I put a little tomato paste because I ran out of tomato sauce, and basically just followed the good old-fashioned spaghetti sauce recipe. Then I brought the spaghetti by itself. So you can cook it all together and dehydrate all of it, but if you're bringing pasta, it's already dry. So you might as well just cook it and rehydrate the sauce itself. Another step when you're out here though, and maybe a little heavier, I'm not sure. I'm cooking spaghetti. I've lost me marbles. Well, I forgot to boil the water first and then add the pasta. I just added pasta to like already boiled hot water. Well, that looks like a lot of food. I made too much pasta, which means I brought too much, which means I have more food than I thought. I also screwed the pasta up. Didn't have enough water. You have to boil the water, then add the pasta. I added the pasta, then boiled the water, so it just turned into like some sort of like stew. The sauce turned out good though. Yeah, a lot of meat in this meat sauce. Maybe the pasta sauce was so good that it saved the poorly done spaghetti noodles. All right, well, look at this moonrise. Man, me and Ted must be up late. I haven't checked the time in a while, but we haven't seen the moon come up before. And it is almost full, and it's just gorgeous. Still cold outside though. But the wind has stopped. If you just walk up that hill to look out towards the falls, the wind, we're kind of blocked here, the wind just kind of cuts into you and you just start to shiver. And we are now in polar bear country, and as we get closer and closer to the coast, the odds become much more, and they're coming inland more nowadays because there's not as much pack ice as there once was, and they could go and stay on the ice floes and hunt seals, and now that that's gone, they're starting to come in. So, you know, I think I'm gonna walk the food barrel a little further away tonight because of that. But yeah, tomorrow is gonna be about just finishing this portage, and it's gonna be a long one, whatever way you look at it. So we'll probably take all day tomorrow and all day the next day even, potentially doing it. I'm gonna crawl in the tent right now and have a good night's sleep. Maybe sleep in a bit tomorrow because it's been such a late night and we deserve it after beast paddling into headwinds for 30 kilometers. Little upset today too, which was not expected by me, but no big deal in the end. So that's one of the things that makes these Arctic canoe expeditions way more dangerous, is that the weather's colder on average, the winds are stronger on average, the water's cold, and if you dump, there's no way to get shelter from the wind, and you know, without trying to set your tent up, you know, and there's no way to get warm from a fire or dry your clothes out around the fire either. So those are some challenges. So hypothermia is like way bigger of a risk here than if you're doing a river further south. Anyways, yeah, gonna walk the food barrel off. Absolutely epic moonrise here. Like, how cool is that? I'm spinning the moon on my finger. Boop. Oh. Yeah, so I'm gonna walk the food barrel out and crawl into the tent. Time to get up. It's a nice day. That's what my son Huddy says. It is a nice day. Quite the contrast from yesterday. And today, I'm gonna jump into a massive portage. Day 14 here now. So we've been out here for a solid 2 weeks. Same thing as usual in the morning. We're gonna have breakfast, our coffee's here. Take down the tent. I swapped out my Katadyn squeeze filter as well because the old one was getting too jammed. That's my water purification system. And there's actually a lot of pretty good size sticks around here and twigs and that. So Ted got a fire going. He's heating up the water on the fire, which will save some stove gas. And I used it to dry out my pants a little bit. The material is thicker and it's harder to get it dry, so dried out some clothes, got that going, and yeah, before too long you're gonna see me walking through the Arctic wilderness with a lot of weight on my shoulders. There looks like bear poop or a tundra grizzly. Looks old though, but not that old. Well, we're a good bit into this portage around Wilberforce Falls, and there's no trail, which isn't so bad because there's no trees, but the tundra is really spongy in places, which is exhausting to walk on, and through the bushes and stuff. We haven't gotten near to the brink of the falls yet, and it already looks super cool, this canyon. I saw some what looked like grizzly bear poop too back there. I just got dive bombed by a peregrine falcon. Clearly its nest is around here somewhere. We're taking breaks here along the portage trail because to walk along the rim of the canyon, at least for this part of the portage, is next to impossible. So my bag's way up there, but we just don't want to miss any of this stuff. I dropped my bag and we walked down here to take a closer look. Looking at it, it's just spellbinding. It just gives me like a deep inner peace. It's really cool. Take another break here along the Wilberforce Falls portage.
This is easily one of the coolest things I've ever seen. The best route, I would say trail, but there's not a trail, so the best route of travel doesn't really go right up to the canyon, at least where the waterfall is. So Ted and I dropped our bags and walked down and hiked along the edge of the canyon for a bit and got right up near the waterfall there, felt the mist, saw the rainbows and just soaked it in, and just incredible, more amazing than I ever imagined. Yeah, we're just gonna keep pushing on, but one of the things that is very interesting is there's a steep coulee, I guess, or just a runoff ditch that's very, very steep, full of bushes, that looks like you could clamber down it, at least with a canoe, if you let it slide down in front of you, and potentially run the rapids in the canyon down from the falls. And they look somewhat manageable. We'd have to scout them out a bit, but potentially tomorrow we might do that and run through the canyon, which means we take all our stuff to the end, all our gear to the end, portage our canoes back to that little access point in the canyon, walk back tomorrow, run the rapid, empty, collect our gear at camp, and continue downriver. But I don't want to do anything crazy, but I think that might be part of the plan for tomorrow. So anyways, I'm gonna throw these bags on and keep going. Tough portage. Actually, no, I'm gonna take a little peek over the edge and check out the canyon, then I'll get going. Look what Ted found. A lucky rabbit's foot that looks like it was taken out in the winter too. Oh, wait a minute. Is it a ptarmigan?
Maybe it's a ptarmigan, yeah.
Lucky ptarmigan's foot. Yeah, so we're just scouting this out here. We'd portage around the falls, carry our gear to the end. We're gonna camp midway through. We're just walking back for another load and just get down this tight little runoff coulee and just lower our boats with ropes and put it in the canyon down there and bomb the rest of it. So that's what's going to be on the docket for tomorrow, and it's going to be epic, running whitewater with these towering cliffs on both sides, but also dangerous. It'll save us probably a solid 3 kilometers of portaging the canoe though, so it's not without benefits, and the fun and the scenery, the beauty of it all will be well worth it. Blueberries. Okay, just walking back for a second load, and I can see my canoe right there. Fossil right here. And I remember the day when you left for Santa Monica. And I remember the time you told me it's over. With all your excuses for everything. I needed more than this. I wanted more than this, but it just can't stop. It just won't go away. This is another channel of the falls that isn't running because there's low water, but essentially Ted and I would be on an island and there'd be another 2 drops on this side of the island. Unbelievable. I've seen pictures of Wilberforce Falls, and oftentimes this channel isn't running because it probably only runs on high water years or earlier in the season, but it would be super cool to see it. However, it's super cool like this, and cool that we can access this island by crossing the dry channel bed when the water's low like it is now. And look what Ted discovered here. We found out why that falcon was dive bombing us earlier, and we found its nest with 4 healthy looking small falcons. They look pretty freaking big to be falcons, but it's got to be what they are. Well, good evening everyone. We are at camp right now, and Ted and I have been portaging all day and checking out and exploring this amazing canyon here at Wilberforce Falls We brought all our gear except for the canoes to this beautiful campsite, which is still a solid 800 meters until the put-in. But there's a creek here that's flowing into the canyon, and it's a great little clean water source for us. Other than the fishing not being possible here, this is a really cool site. So we are just gonna stay perched on the rim here of Wilberforce Canyon and camp out tonight, and it's gonna be awesome. Tomorrow morning, the plan is we're gonna pack up. We're gonna take the remainder of our gear down to the end of the trail. There is no trail, but down to the put-in, and then we're gonna head back to get our canoes, and we're gonna take this narrow little, basically runoff drainage chute that comes down into the canyon, very, very steep and challenging. And we're gonna bring our canoes down there and run the base of the canyon below the falls. Ted actually has already carried his canoe to there. I have one more trip than Ted because I'm carrying the gun and ammo, and the tent and all the gas and what else? I don't know, the mess kit. So I seem to have more trips. But yeah, it was pretty amazing. I mean, I knew this canyon was going to be cool. Part of the reason I did it was from this canyon, but it's just not the same until you're there. It's so hard to really capture with the cameras. So yeah, really, really cool. And good day today. The weather was on our side, didn't get too hot, but tomorrow's supposed to be quite warm as well, which might make the portaging a little challenging. So I'm glad we got the bulk of it out of the way today. And yeah, we're just gonna enjoy this campsite. We're gonna get some food going, and you know, I think I'm gonna do my dehydrated, we'll see, but I have this delicious chicken curry. Oh man, it's good. So I might whip up my chicken curry that I made, and yeah, basically have the last wee dram of scotch. I think this is a fitting place, other than maybe the Arctic Ocean when we get there, but this is a fitting place too to have a wee dram. Anyways, gonna get to it and enjoy this really cool campsite. Okay, well, on the menu for today is chicken curry with rice. Let that sit for 15 minutes. Well, I have this wee dram of single malt scotch left. I saved my coffee grinds from this morning, and I've let them sit for quite some time. What a beautiful place to eat my dinner. Like, looking at the sunset, looking out over the end of the canyon. There's a rapid there, just broad expanses of wide open country, eskers, mountains in the background. Super cool. Perched right here on the edge of a massive cliff, really, that goes right down to the river. So one of the cooler places I've ever camped, I would say. I think my chicken curry with rice is just about ready to devour. Look at that. Perfect. Yeah, good meal tonight. Chicken curry with rice, and I'm gonna turn in for a good night's sleep. Tomorrow we got our work cut out for us. We got to portage the rest of this, portage the canoe back to a very interesting put-in, get it down in the canyon and bomb some rapids, and then hopefully make it a few clicks when we're through the canyon. But amazing day.
It's time to make my coffee. It's time to drink it now. Hopefully it tastes good and my taste buds will say wow. Ted and I have decided that the rest of this video from this point forward will be a musical. How are you today?
I am feeling alright, but I kinda feel like puking with a headache, but other than that, pretty good.
Geez, maybe you should enjoy that coffee. Man, hopefully it's not sandy and rocky.
I'm gonna probably feel much better once I get something in of my tummy.
That's good. I'm just about to put creamer in my coffee. Creamer in my coffee. Here's the creamer. Here is the coffee. Let's put it in. Let's do it. Hey, my name is Jim. Not bad. Not bad at all. Well, we're just walking back to, I gotta get my boat. We're walking back to the put-in and scouting the rapids at the base of the canyon a little on our way. Okay, well, I just finished the portage here, long portage actually, and it's not even halfway. So running the lower part of this canyon will save a lot of time and effort. But it looks like Ted's already headed down there because he already brought his canoe to this spot yesterday, and he's gone down this deep, steep slope down to the river, to the canyon bottom, and I'm about to do that too, but it looks pretty interesting. Go all the way down to there. Okay, here we go. Down the canyon. Ted's down there, and if I kick a rock, it could create a serious hazard for him below. Well, here we go. We're jumping into Wilberforce Canyon, whitewater run that we could only scout from hundreds of feet above. So we're a little nervous but excited, and it's already crazy beautiful down here. Well, here we go, baby. My boat feels a lot tippier because I have no gear in it, but it'll be more maneuverable and I'll be able to take in less water on the big waves. But yeah, it feels tricky for sure, but I'll get used to it pretty quick. Whoa, this is awesome! Woo!
head crashed his drone.
If it crashed back behind, it's just gonna sink.
Right.
All of my footage here for days and days.
I just switched a card.
Why didn't I switch my card, dude? Not to mention it's so valuable, but I didn't switch my
Whatever,
card.
we have my footage, it'll be okay.
Days of shit, man.
Yeah. Nice. Wasn't as hard as it looked, eh? Yeah. It looked pretty hard though, eh?
Yeah.
Still technical.
You know why? Because this looked like a way stronger eddy than
Yeah. What did we say with this one? Down the right?
I think so. Some rocks in that last one, eh?
Yeah, on the right, on the left. It looks pretty straightforward. Wow, what a cool part of the canyon this is. Wow, the river's super deep here. Got another rapid coming up. Could be Arctic char in these waters. Pretty fun. That is the canyon. We just ran Wilberforce Canyon. Yeah! All right, well, we ran the canoes down the canyon and now we walked back to our campsite on the ridge to grab our gear. We were gonna do it the other way, but we decided to do the canoes first. And it took a long time. We forgot how far this was from putting and getting our canoes down into the canyon. It was not easy. Our canoes are down there, but this is a lot further than it looks here. Life is just an amazing thing. I love my life and I'm so thankful for it. I just want to fill it with as many awesome experiences as I can. And sometimes that might take a little bit more risk, but you know, we mitigate the risk as best we can and go for it. And it turned out to just be incredible. Like one of the coolest things I've ever done in my life. So that's a good lesson for me to go for it sometimes. Tiny Laker. Okay, so we made camp at the base of Wilberforce Canyon. After I went back and did my 2 trips, and Ted and I grabbed the rest of our stuff after running the canyon, it was pretty late, so we decided just to camp here and found a pretty nice sandy spot on a gravel bar. And it's just about perfect out right now. The wind died off. Ted's cooking up some fish, and yeah, we're gonna eat and have a nice meal. So today for dinner, back to one of my personal favorites, which is Thanksgiving dinner dehydrated meal. One of the most delicious and easiest dehydrated meals to do, because all you really have to dehydrate is the turkey, and the rest of the stuff you buy dehydrated and mix it all together. So I added dehydrated turkey, which I buy canned, and then you buy instant mashed potatoes, and then you buy stovetop stuffing, and you mix the instant mashed potatoes and the stovetop stuffing together. I usually keep the dehydrated turkey in a separate bag, and then I also add craisins as well to it, and it looks just about like that. So that's the craisins, the stovetop stuffing, and the mashed potatoes. Ooh, okay. What kind of seasoning we got on there?
We got salmon seasoning and Old Bay.
A mixture.
A mixture of trout and Arctic grayling. This trout was going to die, so we kept it a little small, but it'll be delicious. And then, of course, for some added flavor, a little bit of sand. You always want a little sand and everything.
Good, cleans out the bowels.
Let's just cut this one.
So we got Arctic grayling and some trout here, lake trout, a small lake trout that was too small to keep, but it died, so it got kept, and we need the food anyways. All right, let's taste the lake trout. Good. Good. Let's taste the grayling now. Cleanse my palate. Tough to say which is better. Thanksgiving dinner. That's a big feed right there.
I think, yeah, the Inuit Falls was just all around just magicalness with it, because of the fishing there was just like absolute, and how you could just camp right at the base of the falls and just be like right at the base. Overall for full package, but
those were special areas, but like none of that, let's be serious, none of those are comparing to this. Like, this is out of control.
Yeah, it is, but
it's just super epic, powerful sight to see.
But you're not catching these like fish and stuff like that here in the same way, so.
No, those were like super chill, but this is like the largest waterfall in the world north of the Arctic Circle. In the world.
It's not even the waterfall though, but as crazy as the falls, 2 falls are. It's just a canyon.
It's just the largest waterfall, but that doesn't even count how cool the canyon, right? Like, there's a lot more of the world that's above the Arctic Circle, and nothing anywhere in the world above the Arctic Circle is this big. It is the morning of day 16. We ended up just camping at the base of the canyon because it was quite an ordeal getting our boats down to the base of the canyon over those sharp boulders and bushes and everything. And then finally when we finished, I had to go back and get the rest of my gear up by where we camped on the ridge, and that turned out to be further than anticipated. So we took 2 days to do it all, but that counted, you know, exploring the canyon, hiking along the ridge, and a bunch of other cool stuff like that, seeing the baby falcons. And anyways, yeah, looking forward to seeing what the river has in store for us today. Today we're gonna basically jump into some whitewater. We just packed up the tent. I got my bag packed up for the most part. Got the food barrels. Got my coffee going, which is very weak. I'm really low on coffee. It's starting to become a panic situation. I only have like 2 small scoops in here, and I'm trying to use my old grinds as well, which I've already reused once already. So it's really not top notch served up by a barista kind of cup of joe, but it's pretty darn good. After paddling the canyon yesterday, we left our boats at the top of a challenging rapid that immediately follows the canyon. This rapid, easily one of the most intense rapids of the whole trip. Looks like a solid class 3. So feeling a little nervous, but should be about a straight line going down. So here we go. Oh man, it feels great to be on the water. It's always so much work packing up camp, all the little things that to do with filming and packing the boat and everything. But as soon as you get on and you start cruising with that current, and you're like, oh, this is just so worth it. Although of course we started the day off with a spirited rapid, and we're just actually coming up to another one now. Just using my H2O paddle here, carbon fiber. It's got a wooden T-grip. I like it's got a wider blade, so it's good for rafting as well. And really allows me to plant that paddle and essentially pull the canoe towards it, which gives me more control in whitewater. A lot of people think the paddle moves through the water, which, you know, it does, but essentially what you're trying to do is pull the canoe towards your paddle. This is a lot of fun, but these bouldery rapids can turn out to be more intense than they look like from upriver, and to pull over and scout all of them is next to impossible. So you gotta just do your best and try not to dump and pin with gin. Bouldery rapids, we just paddle right in. Never are we even scouting, cause we just wanna paddle in. Dump and pin. This just feels like a magical day on the river, because it is. We do have a portage coming up. It's called Ragged Rock Portage. And this is where actually Franklin camped in 1821. Explorer John Franklin on his first overland expedition, where everyone starved to death pretty much. And then they kept making it up this side of the river and then crossed at a rapid much further upriver that I commented on as we passed that way. So pretty cool. Well, we've been trying to pick up a fish here, cruising down river and taking a few casts in most of the promising looking back eddies, and we have gotten nary a bite, and that's kind of sucks. We were hoping to eat fish today, and we were also hoping that there might be at least the odd Arctic char in this stretch of the river. There typically are. So, and even if the char can't make it, there's another falls we have to portage, which I imagine char can swim up. We're just wondering where the Arctic grayling and Lakers are. It went from like crazy good, and then these last few days it's been pretty slim pickings. Well, that's one of the things when you gotta hay when the sun's shining, right? We ate a lot of fish when the fishing was good, and that means that we saved a lot of dinners. So I'm pretty much out of the allotted lunches I brought though, so I'm gonna have to make dinners and just like eat them cold for lunch, but that's okay. Yeah, like this spot's not terribly deep, but looks like a place where you typically find fish for sure. Well, maybe we'll have some more luck at the next place. Falls, and it's where Franklin camped right around here in 1821 on his first overland expedition. and it's a beautiful sight, but not a very good place to camp. So Ted and I are gonna take a few casts here, and we're gonna move on downriver, and we're gonna head for a river mouth, a river called the James, and probably post up there for tonight. But really beautiful sight. Imagine in higher water, it would be crazy raging. I'd be probably underwater right now. Saw some little grayling. They're deep, Ted. I just missed one. I scared it away when it saw me.
Yep. Oh, I lost it. Nice one. Nice one.
Oh, keep going. Nice. Yeah. Sweet.
It's got a casting in the current. There's no way it'll get snagged. It's so strong.
Yeah. Oh, there's a fucking monster, dude. Holy f. Look at that. What the f was that? Dude, I just saw one this big. Like a fucking 12, 15 pounder. There's a grayling right along here. It's in here feeding. Got a hit, saw another one. Oh! I don't know. Maybe. It was fighting like crazy. Well, this is actually called Ragged Rock Portage, and this is where Franklin camped in his overland expedition in 1821, but not a good place to camp. Not a very nice campsite at all. So we're gonna push on for the mouth of the James River. Cool to check out the falls. Did a little fishing, caught dinner, got some action, saw a giant fish. I lost one, had a few follows, but definitely the fishing has slowed down. And I think all the big fish are in the big pools now that the water temperature is really warmed up. So they're trickier to catch, but when you put in a little time, you can still do it. Well, we have paddled into the evening, probably about 8 o'clock, and greeted by caribou right on our campsite. That's pretty cool. I honestly could travel a little bit further today because it's so beautiful. It's just awesome. But it'll be nice to kick it at camp for a bit when we get set up. And tomorrow will be a pretty big day. Why did he all of a sudden get scared out of nowhere? We were closer the time before that. we got a little fire going tonight, which is cool. As we were watching this caribou that just kind of trotted out of the beach, the same one that was on the site here or in this spot when we showed up to camp, was all of a sudden like in front of us, and we were watching it. We walked up and then it kind of got a little spooky and sniffed the air and bolted. And I'm like, started looking around for like predators. What's it scared of? Like what was that all about? Well, Ted and I, a couple of minutes after that, walked around the corner and saw ripping fresh grizzly bear tracks walking right like this. So essentially, as Ted and I were observing this caribou, a grizzly bear walked out of the bushes from behind our tent, walked right behind our backs, and then swam across the river, and we didn't notice it at all because we were watching the caribou.
Yeah, we're sitting there like...
Yeah, and that's probably why the caribou was out here in the first place, you know? So that is crazy. Would have been a tundra grizzly. I think it might be long gone now, but maybe he was interested in our fish here. We have a fish that we've cut up. That's cool. It doesn't look particularly big, but tundra grizzlies aren't big. But did you see
past us and took down the caribou?
That would have been cool. Did you see the length of its claws? Like its claws are like that far away from its paws.
It's bigger than a black bear, dude. Like, you know, it's fucking still just absolutely beat the living shit out of you in a millisecond.
Oh yeah. Okay. So today we're having beef stew with some rice. 5-minute rice, and all you got to do is just pour boiling water on it, let it sit for 5 minutes, and I'm gonna let this get a good sit because it's really dehydrated, and to really let those chunks of delicious beef rehydrate.
Cut the trout salmon steak style. We haven't tried it yet, but we just did Cajun fish crisp, so they're just cut like this.
The skin on.
Yeah, skin on. The fish just cut like that. I mean, fish crisp kind of is just a really yummy seasoning, so I'm like, why not do it? And you get such a good coating of it, which is like, I think one of the best parts. Like, you get a big bag of fish crisp and you just coat everything.
Well, I am waiting for my beef stew to fully dehydrate. I made a whole bunch, so I'll probably eat some for breakfast tomorrow too. But this is a nice trout Ted caught back at the falls. He cooked up a bit, and now I'm gonna cook my portion of it. I've been bringing lard lately. This is just tender flake, and I bring that instead of an oil like a canola or a vegetable oil, because the lard is a whole food, basically no processing. It's not a processed food at all. Goes into it. So I've heard some things that are kind of sketchy about some of these vegetable oils and what they do to your body in the process of making them, which sound not so great. But also just because lard is lighter and it doesn't spill. So that works great. Just throw a dollop of this in the pan, let it melt. The only drawback is that if you don't wash your pan off, the lard hardens up and it's harder to get off your pan afterwards. Oh, look, Ted. Our friend the caribou is back to hang out. John Franklin, I talked about him a bit on this trip because this river, the Hood River, got its name due to Franklin's first overland expedition, which included travel on this river, or more or less walking up the river and then crossing it and walking all the way back to Great Slave Lake, which is the lake Yellowknife's on. And a lot of them starved to death on that expedition, including Robert Hood, who was likely cannibalized, and that's what the river's named after, the Hood River. And it's just kind of amazing to think that we're setting foot and looking at the exact same places as Franklin was just a little over 200 years ago. So that's pretty neat. And of course Franklin ended up dying, getting lost in the Northwest Passage and all that kind of stuff. Tomorrow we have to travel a good distance, but we're planning on making it to our pickup spot for the float plane, and that'll give us an extra day before our actual pickup comes. It's supposed to be raining and not the best weather, so we'll probably hike to the coast, but and just make sure we're there in good time in order to make sure we meet our float plane. Anywho, fire's dying down, and I'm gonna turn in. Hopefully we don't get eaten by a bear in the night. Well, it is the next morning, and we didn't get eaten up by a bear last night. That's great. And I woke up, looked out of the tent, and I saw... Hey, dude. Good morning. Well, it is the morning of day 16. We have 2 more days left on the river, then our pickup on the 3rd day. And we're gonna try to get to our pickup location a day early. So today we have to, bang off a pretty decent amount of kilometers. I don't know, maybe like 30 something. And that'll give us an extra buffer day to, just make sure we're there in time and to hike to the Arctic coast to check that out, which is going to be pretty special. That's going to be kind of the final trip completion moment in my mind. What do you think, Ted? Is our float plane pickup going to go as planned, or are we going to get weathered in with no food?
I think it's gonna go as planned. A little bit sketchy though, but yeah, the weather report Jim on the Garmin inReach Jim has shows the nice weather appears to be ending tomorrow, and we might have some nasty weather for the next few days after today. So yeah, that might mean our plane can't get us. So, but it says 60% chance of rain. It doesn't say the wind. Rain isn't the end of the world, but typically around here, if it's rainy, it's windy,
Just got the boat loaded up here, and it's looking like we are going to be heading out into a raging headwind. Unfortunately, could be quartering us a bit if we're heading north and the wind's coming strong out of the northwest, which could be worse. So I don't know, we'll just battle it as best we can, I guess. We don't have any rapids for about 19k, but yeah, it looks like it's going to be a battle. The wind's not easy. I was battling out in the middle of the river where there's whitecaps at first, but now I'm just hugging the shore, and stretches of shoreline are like partially sheltered by steep cut banks or bluffs along the river, and it looks like I'm still feeling some wind, but it looks like I'm actually going pretty fast here, so maybe we'll make it despite the blasting wind today, if I can keep sort of hiding from it a bit. the general direction the river's flowing right now is north to the Arctic coast, but of course there's wide bends going back and forth. So right now we're pointing more west, which is why it's more of a headwind. But to be honest with you, I wasn't expecting this river to be so mountainous. You know, you hear, oh, the barren lands are flat, and you know, maybe a lot of it is, but here in the Hood River Valley, it's really anything but. Just diverse types of scenery, broad sweeping country, mountains, things I would consider to be pretty much mountains, if not just massive hills all over the place. Bald eagles, a golden eagle. Wildlife is unbelievable. Just such a cool place. I'm gonna see if I can't film this caribou. Well, it looks like the wind has died down a bit. At least I'm kind of blocked right now, and we've banged off about a solid 15K, which, you know, we would have been there by now should we have been paddling that hard without the wind. But overall, can't complain about the winds and weather on this trip so far anyways. We just saw a caribou way up on the ridge there, which was super cool, and got a look at another one that swam across the river from a distance away. So still seeing the wildlife, but haven't really taken much time to fish. We were hoping to connect with some Arctic char here. They run typically in the fall is when all salmonids run, but there should still be some in here. The bottom's been sandy and whatnot, and with the blasting wind, we never really tried. So we have one more obstruction before we get to our camp for tonight, which is our floatplane pickup location, and that's a rapid. So maybe at the base of that rapid will be a good spot to take a few casts. We'll see. This last stretch just to reach the last portage. Hopefully we can line it and run it. We don't have to portage, but we'll see. But I feel like I've been paddling towards this red rock here as hard as I can for a very long time. Obstruction before we get to our final campsite of the trip at our pickup location. Still got a couple clicks to paddle into a strong headwind, but that is it when it comes to rapids and portaging and whatnot. Okay, so I just paddled over to the other side of the falls here. Some tricky currents and wind and waves. I hope it's worth it because I wouldn't mind catching dinner. And it's a much better spot here than on the other side, so we'll see what we can do. luck with the fishing here. Looks like some clouds are rolling in and the wind is still super strong. So we're just gonna battle it out and try to get to our camp. We have about 2 or 3K to go, which in these winds, who knows how long that'll take. At this point, I feel like we might even be lucky just to make it to our end point today. But yeah, some ominous clouds moving in. This is a major slog. Ted and I, basically the wind sort of blew us to the other side of the river. We thought, okay, let's keep going with it because our campsite is on this side, but the wind is way worse over here. It's like borderline dangerous. But we're in reach. We're like probably, I don't know, probably like 300 meters from our campsite. It's just sketchy because there's no way we can take out here. There's just a cliff here or a big rocky cut bank. Okay.
Around the corner though.
Around the corner, I think, is where it's marked. Well, we are camped near our floatplane pickup location, and hopefully the weather gets a little better because no planes are landing here right now. The river looks pretty shallow here with the low water, so we're a little concerned about that and if they'll actually be able to land here, but I think it should be okay. So we're at our spot a day early, so tomorrow we're going to walk to the Arctic coast, which is just out of sight around the next bend downriver. There's been a cold wind all day, but it got really cold and particularly bad right before we started lining that rapid, and it's just kept up like this. So we got like jackets, sweaters on and all that kind of stuff, and it's just screaming through camp, making it not particularly fun, but that's okay. I'm gonna get some water on to boil and get something warm to drink and some of my dehydrated food made. I think I'm gonna go for dehydrated Thanksgiving dinner again. It's my favorite, you know, and it's just like it's easy and it doesn't need to rehydrate for very long, so that's why I like Okay, still battling the winds. I have my leftover coffee grinds, the end of my coffee from this morning, just sitting all day, like probably less than half a cup. So I added boiling water to that, added to the thermos, which we've yet to use on this trip. It was a hefty purchase at northern prices in Canadian Tire and Yellowknife, so I'm happy to be using it. But yeah, I'm gonna drink that to warm up. But first, I got my Thanksgiving dinner going here. Honestly, it's really not that good, but it's better than just drinking hot water, so take it. Well, it is day 18, probably already about noon. Ted and I slept in because we needed to. Our float plane pick up tomorrow, and we couldn't paddle right to the Arctic coast because there's nowhere really for a plane to pick you up there. Plus, it's not sheltered, and you could be waiting for a pickup for days. And even here, we don't know if we might get weathered in. It looks like a stretch of low pressure is coming. And, there's a low ceiling today, and it's really windy. But we're gonna walk to the Arctic coast anyways and sort of complete our mission down the Hood River to the sea, which should be pretty awesome. And just look at the Arctic Ocean. It's only 1 degree out today. High stakes game here, guys. I have to flip this huge pancake without topping it. This is the crux of the entire trip right now. Yeah! It's hot. Yes, the thermos is working. I think it was like $70. Well, just battled some winds to cross the river because the hike to the Arctic coast is shorter from this side of the river than from the side we're camped on. So we just kind of beast paddle across in the wind. Harder to control a canoe in the wind without a load in it. Anyways, yeah, we're just gonna basically climb up a bit of a canyon in these bluffs here, up onto a plateau, and follow a ridge to the coast, which isn't terribly far away, so pretty special. Looking forward to seeing it, and I feel like once we see the salt water, touch the salt water, then our mission, the trip is truly over. I got a message from our float plane pilot on my Garmin inReach just saying that all is still on track for our pickup tomorrow, which is great. And the weather has improved here substantially. So tomorrow we might get a bit of rain, but if the pressure is in general a little higher and we're not such a low ceiling and gusting winds, they should be able to fly. We might not have to wait it out, but things could change for sure. One thing about this hike too is that the odds on us seeing a polar bear are pretty high. Well, we have pretty much made it up these clay bluffs, but a little ways to get to the coast yet. But that way they'll grow back. That one looks pretty good too. Looks like a boulette. Well, that in front of me is the Arctic Ocean. We've done it. Yeah! Yeah! Well, our old topographic map showed there being a cabin here. So we came to check it out, and clearly there was an old cabin built with wood from shipping containers, which is often, I mean, for a long time was all the wood, milled lumber type wood that you could really get, slabs of plywood and stuff. Looks like there was a couple cabins here maybe though.
Yeah.
And a pretty good size one anyways. Found this old Coleman stove. Unfortunately, no real resemblance of a cabin, but old fuel drums and stuff like that, but clearly it's just fallen down. Here's one peanut butter. Sold by the good old co-op store. When's the last time you saw peanut butter sold out of a metal container? So I don't know how old it is, but contains monoglycerides and salt, distributed by Municipal Cooperative Limited, Winnipeg, Canada. I don't know what this place was. It could be just a place where there's a couple cabins where families from the area used to spend significant portions of the year hunting in this area, and maybe the caribou migration changed and the caribou weren't here anymore, so it was abandoned. Maybe it was some sort of a trading post, or even an area where missionaries used to station themselves to, you know, connect with and try to convert local Inuit who might have been here sealing or whatnot at certain times of year too. That's a possibility. But yeah, potentially could have been a place where, you know, a company like the Hudson's Bay Company traded with Inuit who used to travel through this area, because it's only the 1950s when Inuit people in northern Canada started living in permanent communities and living a sedentary life as opposed to a migratory life. And even still, a lot of them do travel and spend a lot of time out on the land and spend time at camps similar to this, of course, in a little better repair today. So yeah, tough to say exactly what it was, but there are a lot of remnants of caribou stuff here. We got a few different kinds of berries here. These are bake apples, or cloudberries.
Bake apples.
Not quite ripe yet.
No.
And we got here, we're on these little dudes here, crowberries. Wow, those really work. And then we got your
Blueberries.
all the berries, kind of. That's how big the Labrador tea is here. That's like about as big as it gets. We're gonna pick some because we're out of coffee. Ah, it smells so good. That's about enough for a cup of tea right there. Found shells in the dirt at the top of these bluffs here, so clearly this was once under the ocean and probably has rebounded since the retreat of the glaciers as the Hood River carved through it. Well, it is the evening of day 18, and sadly this is going to be our last night here on the river, considering that everything goes well with our floatplane charter pickup tomorrow. You can see some nasty weather in the background. The winds are very, very strong. I just actually guyed out the tent with some sticks that I whittled as stakes because it's getting kind of sketchy. We should be okay though, and we received word on our inReach that they are planning on coming here to pick us up tomorrow. So by, you know, about early afternoon, if all goes well, we should be flying out of here. These are boiled. So in here I have the candied leftovers from my homemade maple syrup that I made pancakes with this morning. I don't know if you can see that. It's all in there. So I'm going to pour some hot water in there, and we're going to have sweet hot water, maple water. Ted is giving me one of these. He's going to give me pork pad thai. Look it, there's me and Ted doing a bunch of outdoorsy stuff up there. See? Tell me in the comments if you think hiking poles are nerdy. I think hiking poles are, they might look a little nerdy and robotic, but I think they're just like mandatory. It's like having four-wheel drive. One. Too much. Ted's having a Mexican grilled chicken bowl. That's interesting because I don't feel a fucking bowl in here. This is my maple water. Hot. Very, very, very slight hint of maple flavor. I probably added too much water, but I'm gonna add the Labrador tea that I picked on our hike to it. Right here. Make sure not to add that old Band-Aid and this hunk of boot rubber. Toss that Labrador tea right in there. I'm gonna let that steep for a bit. Anyways, Ted's just gonna take apart his folding canoe, and I'm gonna pull off my spray deck, get this canoe ready to be strapped to the float plane, and then we're gonna essentially portage our stuff up the sandbar that way about 200-300 meters to meet the float plane tomorrow. I'm guessing if all goes well that they'll be here around noon. So fingers crossed the weather doesn't get too bad. Cheers. Looks like I could have used a little more water in it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Look. Now, there's the difference between this, my food, is this is freeze dried. Oh, it's spicy. This is freeze dried and mine's just dehydrated. Anyways, hoping this weather clears up. Doesn't look too good, and we'll be on our float plane out of here for what will probably be a 4 or 5 hour flight back to civilization tomorrow. I'm gonna tuck into bed and yeah, have a good night's sleep, see what tomorrow holds. Well, it is day 19, and today is the day that we're supposed to be getting our float plane pickup, but it's not coming today. So we're starting to feel a little nervous. We've kind of gone through all our food. We went light on food because of our weight restrictions. Looks like we're gonna have enough between the two of us if we ration it for a couple of days. But the wind here was gusting to 60 kilometers an hour this morning, and there was a pretty low ceiling, which meant that some of the hilltops might even be in the clouds, so not safe for a float plane to fly. But also further to the south, there's issues with forest fire smoke in areas around Yellowknife where a plane's coming from, and those are preventing the plane from coming regardless of the weather even here. So it was just pretty much a hard no-go. It cleared up for a bit. We were supposed to get rain, but we didn't. And then this low, gloomy ceiling rolled in later on, which is pretty low. It might even be a little too low for the float planes, but the wind has stopped. So fingers crossed. I've been communicating with Amec Air on my inReach, and they're going to try to get someone out tomorrow. They're kind of keeping their eye on everything. Some of that smoke is supposed to clear up later this afternoon. So yeah, we'll see. But basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to cook up a rubaboo stew as we wait. I'm just going to do it on the stove. Rubaboo stew is a traditional table fare of the Courrier de Bois and Voyageur as well. And rubaboo is a word that's mixed between the French word roux, which means like a thickening agent that's used in stews, and abou, which is a Cree word, which just means soup or stew. So it's like a pidgin word, and it was eaten by the voyageurs. And during that time there was many there's several different pidgin languages that were a mixture of other languages, trading languages and whatnot. So yeah, basically it is some cut meat. I'm going to use some of my bacon. There's not a lot left. Pemmican, beans, beef broth. I brought beef bouillon tabs, and and some corn. And yeah, we're gonna cook that up, and it should be pretty hearty, although I've dipped into the remaining pemmican supply to make it because I'm hungry out here. Okay, here are all those rehydrated vegetables. Look at all of them. That's awesome. You know, rubber root stews aren't necessarily a thing of precise, exactly the same every time. All the time they might have whatever you can find out there on the land, whatever you might have with you, but basically your mainstay is the pemmican. But wild mushrooms, if you have them, you know, split peas, just whatever vegetables you might or might not have, any beans, lima beans, stuff like that. So it's not always the same every time, but essentially it's a pemmican based stew. Probably should have a little more pemmican than this but this is a good sizable chunk. This is homemade pemmican. Pemmican was traditionally made out of mostly bison, and the Métis on the plains actually made large amounts of it, which they sold to the Northwest Company, and that very much fueled the fur trade for a long time. That's what the voyageurs ate. Indigenous people were the ones that had been making it for a long time, and I think traditionally maybe berries weren't included in it, so they don't really know if the addition of berries was something that happened after European contact or not. With the berries in, it won't actually last as long. The shelf life isn't as long, but it provides more vitamins. Okay, and the last ingredient is a thickening agent, and that's just flour, that right there. And we're just gonna add that in slowly. Just kind of stir it in as I go, 1 spoon at a time. That is a hearty looking stew there if I ever saw it. Okay, ladies and germs, it is cleared up here. A little bit of cloud cover in the sky, but definitely manageable for a float plane. And Ted and I, while we were around this little fire we built, made some Labrador tea and hung out, and all of a sudden you felt that east wind stop for a bit, and then the west wind picked up and just basically blew in some high pressure. So we're good in this area for our float plane pickup tomorrow. It's all going to depend on the forest fire situation and the smoke that obstructs the view of the pilot. And you know, the pilot can't breathe flying through that smoke as well. So it's all going to depend on what the smoke situation is doing down there. Hopefully the winds have changed up there too, and it'll make a difference. So the Hood River trip, here we are, almost 3 weeks we've been out here. The fishing was incredible. The topography was rugged and pretty much mountainous. Some things I would call even mountains, but just starkly beautiful. The broad rolling expanses of countryside, the waterfalls, and the fish we were catching at times were just unbelievable. Ted and I were trying to think of a word to explain it all, and we came up with the word sacred. And there are spots where the fishing was like so amazing, we just caught 1 or 2 to eat, and then maybe took a couple casts to catch a couple more, and just didn't even fish them harder because we just didn't want to, like, you know, chip away at the beauty and pristineness of these places out of respect even. And they were just so beautiful, like Inuit Falls. Wow, what a campsite that was. And the caribou, just being able to get up close and see them like that, and the experience with the wolf. And one of the funny things is that I've honestly found myself a little lost for words at times when I'm trying to give this update, trying to like share my feelings or share what happened that day. And it's almost just because this area and the land, it can't really be shared in in words. Like, it's so hard to really do it justice. It's hard to even find the words to describe some of these things we've seen, some of these landscapes we've paddled through, and just some of the experiences that we've had as well have just been amazing. And even right now, we are in such a remote location. Just the fact that we flew here on a float plane 500 miles each way, you know, you could fly across enormous expanses of multiple countries, just to give you an idea of how remote we are, that the closest community is about 270 kilometers away, and that doesn't even have road access. We are like literally in what some people would say the middle of nowhere, but to me it's almost like the opposite, because Ted and I feel pretty at home here, and the remoteness doesn't really scare us. It's actually amazing, and we just feel like we've become in tune with this place as much as one could expect to in a 3-week trip. So hopefully all works out well and we get our float plane pickup, but this trip has definitely inspired me to try to paddle some more Arctic barren grounds rivers in the future. And just the experiences out here, getting the chance to do it with my brother like this is something that I'll take with me for the rest of my life. That's for sure. Our plane is here. Well, our plane showed up sooner than we thought, and he's circling, trying to look for a place to land. We're hoping it's not too shallow, but we're kind of panicking because we weren't quite ready. I think our float plane might have left. He landed. He must have landed over here. Oh my God, I just had a heart attack. I thought he had to turn away. There he is. Well, that was a little concerning. He couldn't find anywhere to land, and he had to land well out of our sight. And we thought maybe he left, and we were really concerned. But it wasn't a great place because such low water everywhere, and I was able to run out and basically grab the plane before the wind caught it. And the good news is it's only bad like this around the coast, only for about 15K. So we'll have no problem as long as we could get through this heavy fog and mist and stuff. We'll be fine for the rest of the flight. So the pilot didn't seem too concerned at all, which is awesome. Anyways, we're just loading up the plane now. Before too long, we'll be in the air.